pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, good evening. Make sure this is working. James, do you want to start with attendance?
Yep, certainly. President Dr. Reese,
Present.
Vice President McDonough,
Here.
Secretary Summers here, Treasury Hanser,
Present.
and Trustee Schultz.
Here.
Trustee Schaefer.
Here.
Trustee Whitney. Here. All present.
Good. Just a couple housekeeping items for those in the audience. The table for the speaker cards, if you would like to speak at the end of the meeting, are in the back by the door. And then just as we go through, we did notice and got feedback in the last presentation that when folks are standing at the podium, sometimes the noise on this side of the room can interfere with OCTV for those who are listening from home. So just a heads up on that. All right, item agenda number 2. Are there any changes to the board agenda? All right, we'll move into our school presentations. Oxford High School. And Daisha, you'll have to hold it close so that people on OCTV can hear you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Daisha Beasley. I'm principal of Oxford High School, and with me this evening I have some of our administrative team. Assistant Principal Kurt News, Assistant Principal Christy Gibson Marshall, and Assistant Principal Kevin Nelms. Our Dean of Students, Mitch Brooks, is back at the school. We have parent-teacher conferences tonight, so he's back at school. And our athletic director is running our girls' basketball games. So Tony DeMar and Mitch Brooks are going to be here tonight with us. I'm excited to introduce you to a little bit of things maybe you know, maybe you don't know about Oxford High School. And I start with this picture because this is kind of the end in mind. When I came up to the high school, I knew that graduation was a very big thing. Getting to that point, there's a lot that goes into it. But what a great view celebration. In a couple months, we're going to be taking this very same picture with the class of 2024. I'm going to start today talking a little bit about academics. And I know there are going to be a lot of words on the slides, and I know that you have that in front of you, but I want to just highlight a couple of things on each slide. First of all, from our AP testers, 52% of our AP test takers scored a 3 or higher this past year. And from our International Baccalaureate program, specifically the DP, or Diploma Program, we had 10 students in the class of 2023 earn their IB Diploma. From this year's class, we have 9 full diploma program candidates. So that doesn't mean that they are actually going to earn their IB Diploma, but they're working toward that. There are a lot of requirements that go into that. Our juniors, the class of 2025, there are 13 right now, full diploma program candidates. And at Oxford High School, if you're a junior or senior, you're not just limited to being a full candidate. We have classes in all of our areas, and we had 246 students this year, juniors and seniors, taking at least one IB Diploma course. So they could be in an art DP course, a music, the sciences, math, depending on what their expertise or where their interests lie. And then I finally just mentioned the Personal Inquiry Project. If you remember in 5th grade, we have exhibition for our 5th graders. It's the culmination of their primary years program. The culmination of the middle years program is in 10th grade, and it's the Personal Inquiry Project. So instead of doing it with a group like you do in 5th grade, students are able to choose something of their liking or something of their interest. We begin that in 9th grade, and then we finish that in 10th grade. So our 9th graders this week in advisory are going to be starting to develop that curiosity of what they would like to explore. And so we are very much looking forward to that. Continuing with education and our academics, this slide, again, I know there's a lot of words and a lot of pictures, and I want to focus on the career-focused education piece of Oxford High School. Lisa Butts is our career-focused education director. She's also our CTE director, and her office is in the high school. And we have a career navigator, Leslie Flutner. And I want to highlight a couple things from this slide. First of all, we changed our platform for our educational development plans this year from Naviance to Zello. And And so you can see some of the t-shirts here on our staff members, Hello Zello. We have successfully launched almost the completion of 5 full lessons for our students. Our students start their EDPs in 6th grade here in Oxford, and that continues for them through 12th grade. It is a graduation requirement, and it's a great way to dive into career interest and college interest and things like that. So you'll see on the left-hand side that these teachers, Mrs. Rank, this is Mrs. Rank on the left-hand side, and then at the bottom picture, this is Mrs. Beaumont and Mrs. Shefsick. If you ever call into the high school to excuse an absence, that's Mrs. Subcheck. This is the voice that you're hearing. But our staff this summer took a little bit of a dive into Zello, and we started to reflect on our own career pathways and our own pathway to getting to Oxford High School. And so on the right-hand side, I know it's small, you're not going to be able to see it, but what this, every staff member was able to talk about their career path, their education, their job experiences, getting to where they were. And so every office and classroom in our building have these sheets in front of them. So it could be a fun fact about a job. Maybe they started out as a babysitter. Maybe they did a different career and then ended up in the one that they're in. So I invite you, if you're at the high school, outside the classrooms of the teachers or in our offices, all of us have done this little dive, and it's a really interesting way for students to connect with their staff members on how they got to be where they are. Another highlight that I'd like to highlight this evening, our juniors and seniors this year, for the first time, we presented to them college process information as well as apprenticeships. So we did an assembly 1 week for juniors and had 2 different presentations in one, and then did the same thing with our seniors so that our upperclassmen got a little bit of taste of what the college application process is like, and also the opportunities in apprenticeships. Our sophomores this year went on a sophomore-only field trip to Michigan Career Quest, which is in Novi. So we took about 400 students on buses to have exposure to careers in health science, construction, advanced manufacturing, and IT. And so this picture on the right is a student exploring the construction trade. The highlight for us in the next couple of weeks are going to be doing lunch and learns. And so our students are going to be able to get their lunch and come to the Performing Arts Center lobby where we'll have desserts and speakers for them. So this is in the areas of marketing. Next week we'll have a lunch and learn about marketing. This is for 9th to 12th graders. We also have one coming up the following week, Law, Public Safety, and Corrections and Security. Then we have in mid-March we have computer science, and then in April we have a speaker on the health field. So just another opportunity for our students to explore careers and just learn a little bit more about those areas. At Oxford High School, we do love to celebrate, and I'm going to call your attention to the picture at the far right. We have started, again, our auto competitions. Skills USA is a place where our auto students can use their skills in a competitive form. And so John Howell has been instrumental in getting that started. And so this is a picture of one of our students in a competition. In the middle here, we are celebrating our Teacher of the Year. This year it is math teacher Mr. Dan Miller, and we surprised him a couple of weeks ago with that honor. At OHS, our students, our parents, and our staff can nominate a staff member for that. And finally, the picture on your left, you've probably been seeing these students before. I brought them to the board meeting in December, but we now have not a semifinalist for the National Merit Scholarship Program, but we have a finalist. So we just were notified that Sean Wilson, in the top picture, is a National Merit Scholarship Program finalist. And so we will find out shortly what his wins are going to be. In the bottom picture, we have 3 commended students, and so we are extremely proud. Again, you saw them in December, but Lucinda, and Holden, and Emily. Last slide about academics, and then we'll get into some other things. But at Oxford High School, we have an early college program. If you remember, we split up a couple of years ago. OVA has an early college program, and Oxford High School has a seeded college program. Mark Suckley is our director, and right now we have 250 students in the early college program at OHS. This fall, our students took a total of 552 college classes, and I am proud to say that their average GPA for all of those classes was a 3.55. And be looking for your invitation shortly. May 9th is our capstone gala, where we recognize and honor the fifth-year students. Also, in the area of special programming, this year we found a need for students they just needed a place to start their day, to get daily check-ins, maybe multiple times a day, to just get some mindfulness, get their minds right, and get support in academics. So we started a program called Student Success Program. It right now serves 29 students, and students there get to start their day. They have a check-in by a teacher. They might have a check-in at the end of the day. They do some of their online work in those classes. Sometimes the students will do they'll have their classwork, and then they'll go to this particular room to get extra supports. Social workers, our TC, and our teachers support this room. So that has been a really nice addition this year. The quote at the bottom of this slide is from one of our Student Success Program parents, and I'd like to read that for you. Being in a classroom environment where his unique deficits are understood and dealt with appropriately lessens his stress and increases his confidence. When teachers are aware of his emotional development level versus his true age and adapt their approach accordingly, he is much more likely to put effort in and to succeed. And so we got with our parents and asked for their feedback, and this is one of the quotes that came back that really resonated with me, that we are putting some time into the emotional development and meeting kids where they are. We started our transition committee in full force this year, so looking forward to taking our students from high school, Oxford High School, to the next step and what that looks like. We have partnered with MRS and done some pre-employment training services for our students. And finally, the picture at the bottom right-hand corner, this is our Brew Crew, and their t-shirts do say the Oxford Brew Crew. On Fridays, we can put in orders to the Brew Crew, and they kind of DoorDash us hot chocolate, tea, coffee, and it's just a part of our day that we really enjoy, part of our week that we really enjoy, getting a beverage and also a delivery by a great student. In mentorship, we made a couple changes this year. Formerly known as Bully Busters, our students came to us this year and asked us can we please change that name? It sounds kind of negative. And so they came up with Students Connecting Students, and they connect with today, for example, they went to OMS, and they do lessons and they connect with the students at OMS in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. We also instituted the peer-to-peer links program, and what that is an educational piece that we are teaching our general ed students about special needs of students. So they're better able to connect and work with our special needs students at OHS. That's been a highlight. Finally, in advisory, we've been a huge push for social emotional learning. Our secondary buildings have been trained in trails, and that's a social emotional learning component, really just touching in with students and making sure that they are in a good place. I already mentioned the personal inquiry project that we're starting this week with our 9th graders and our educational development plans with Zello. And the arts. I have some plugs in here that I promised to give, but I wanted you to know that after COVID, we started competing again in marching band, dance, band, orchestra, choir, jazz band. This past weekend, we hosted the Festival for Band and Orchestra. Our bands from 7th grade on received all perfect scores, superior ratings, and our orchestra had superior and excellent ratings. So we're very proud of them. The jazz band performs around the state. They were in Ann Arbor in December at a Grotto Club, and they will be heading off to the Thornapple Jazz Festival in the spring to showcase their skills. The dance and choir students are excited about a New York City trip that you've already approved. In New York City, they will be working with a Broadway actor or actress, and they'll also be seeing Wicked. This next one, stick with me on this. So our art students and our 5th graders at Leonard had a career focused education visit to the high school. And before that visit, the 5th graders drew pictures of monsters. So check out the picture on the bottom right. Without them knowing it, their teachers submitted these monster pictures to our ceramics teacher, and our ceramic students put together and made these pieces that replicate the monster on the paper. So a couple of months ago, we brought the fifth graders to Oxford High School. We had a little exchange, and what the students didn't know is that they were getting from the high school ceramics student their actual monster, the actual duplicate of that, and what our high school students didn't know is that there's a story behind that picture. And they were exchanged the story that the fifth graders wrote. And so it was a really great collaboration between our teachers and our students, and it really made a lot of sense. This particular young lady said, when she read the story, now I know why he has a green arm and a yellow arm. Now I get it. There was a reason behind that. So it was a really fun day for us, and the teachers and the students put a lot into that. Finally, from our theater department, they had a fall performance, Peter and the Star Picture, and they are now gearing up very heavily, the band, the choir, the dancers, the orchestra, the band, the pit, everyone, for Beauty and the Beast. So here are the dates. Make sure you take note of them. We really want you to join us for a performance, bring all your friends, and we extended it to 2 weekends this year, so that no excuses, no excuses. We would love to see you there. And finally, in athletics, about 500 Oxford students participated in an MHSA-sponsored sport, and here are a couple of the highlights. In the upper left-hand corner, these on the ends, these are two of our girls divers. Now, Division I diving, Division I athletics, difficult. Our girls were second and third by fractions of a point. I'm sure the girl who got first is great as well, but our girls are fantastic. Ellie is headed on to Cleveland State to dive, and Tristan, who got third this past year, is just a junior. The bottom picture, we have signed 14 students to their national letter of intent so far. We'll have another signing soon, but we have so many athletes going on to the next level. Tony DeMar and the athletic department put together just a great program for us to recognize the athletes, hear from their coaches, hear from the student athletes, and then they get to sign their national letter of intent. So we're very excited about cheering on these students at the next level. Couple other highlights here for you. We've got all-state athletes, all-state academic athletes, district champions, regional champions. The final thing that I want to highlight is that last year, at the end of the year, in the OAA, Oxford High School received the Director's Cup. And that is a culmination of points for every sport that we all have in the OAA. And we were, based on points, we were the #1 best athletic program in the OAA. And so we were very, very excited about that. So many coaches and student athletes and parents put so much time into their sports, and that was just a really nice recognition for us. A couple of other highlights in the pictures. Luke Johnson, one of our wrestlers, just recorded his 100th victory this year. He's got many more since this picture was taken. He's off to states this weekend along with a couple other wrestlers. And I didn't get a picture of this. I had to turn it in before one of our basketball players, Jake Champagne, got his 1,000th point as an Oxford High School athlete. And so very excited for him. He continues to build on that. And if you're not in the arts and you're not in athletics, we have clubs. About over 300 students participate in clubs at Oxford High School. And we encourage all types of activities, and if a student has an interest, we ask them to find an adult that will help them sponsor that. A couple of things that I want to highlight from this slide is one of our newer clubs, our powerlifting club, has a number of athletes, and they hosted a competition, one of the biggest in the state, at our middle school. The one weekend it was scheduled for, it was snowed out. We got to hold it the next weekend, and everyone was so impressed by the way that our club ran the program, and our coach, Carol Carpenter, did such a great job that they are going to be looking to us for to host maybe some other things. So in the middle here, our NHS started their blood drives again. We have 3 this year for our students. Our travel club is back up and running after COVID, and they're headed to London on spring break. We're excited about that, our students and staff. And finally, I just wanted to highlight our bottom middle picture. This is a group called Students Supporting Teachers. And when I mentioned that if a student has an idea and they want to run something, we will make it happen. So we had a group of students who wanted to support our teachers and our staff, and they had some great ideas. So they found a staff member to sponsor them, and they have been a fun addition to our building this year, and I know that their efforts are very much appreciated. Lots to do at OHS. Last year, I introduced you on the right-hand side to our student relations team. So our SRTs at Oxford High School include an assistant principal, 2 counselors, and a family school liaison on the particular team, depending on the last names. And those teams meet weekly. They talk about academics of students, attendance, behavior, any type of discipline concerns that are going on, graduation progress, intervention, what can we do for students, and that's led by the assistant principal, and then again, that team meets weekly to support students. We wanted to give you just a brief overview of our Sabres winter scores. Our students took that at the end of January, beginning of February. And the green here is the healthy part of our building. So these are people that came with low risk, 84% of our students in the fall, and 87%, in the winter. So we had a little bit of growth, we had a little bit better. In that yellow and red area, I want to talk about what exactly we do for those students. So if a student comes back with some risk, that is in the yellow. So this winter we had 12% of our students, that's 168 students that had some risk. Those students have check and connect meetings with their family school liaisons. It might be a one-on-one meeting, it might be a group of students, but one time after this assessment, they're met with our family school liaisons. 17 of our students this winter came back with significant risk. And those students had one-on-one meetings with our counselors, and they actually they'll follow up a second time with the students. So the counselors are meeting with those students 2 times after the winter assessment. Some other highlights from this department: we have 5 OHS mental health professionals who are trained to provide cognitive behavioral intervention for trauma in schools, CBITS. We started that yesterday with our students. We have about 20 students identified by families and staff for that. 12 of our OHS staff have completed the Star Commonwealth Trauma-Informed Schools formal training. We have one of our staff members who is actually a trainer of trainers for Star Commonwealth Trauma-Informed Schools, and we have 2 restorative practices champions. Finally, I promise, just a couple of highlights I want you to know about Oxford High School. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have spirited staff. We have a dedicated, spirited staff. This was one of the hallways at the high school for Halloween. Hi, Barbie, if you haven't seen the movie, they're all replicating Barbies here. But we continue to dress up for Spirit Days, and we continue to have fun with our students, and this is just one example of that. The top picture above that, this is our new Superintendent Principal Student Advisory Council that we've started this year. Vicki and I meet with 21 students who've applied and been accepted to represent their class in being change makers. We have another meeting tomorrow morning. Just a reminder, Vicki, for your calendar, we're meeting, okay? It's a great way for us to talk with our students and see where they are and see what their needs are. They've got some great ideas. This is our Director's Cup. We've got some champions in cross country in the bottom right-hand corner. And finally, our dancers were regional champions this year. Our choirs continue to do an amazing job. I couldn't let one slide go without putting a picture of a dog. Our therapy dogs, we have 4 on site, and they provide a lot of fun and support for not only our students, but our staff. So, there we go, Oxford High School. What questions may you have for me?
I do have one question.
Yes.
So the Sabres scores, students that score in the yellow and red, do we then inform their parents?
We have, the counselors connect with the one-on-one students? Yes.
Thank you, Daisha. For the Star Commonwealth program, you had 12, right? 12 completed?
Correct, yes.
What is the plan? What's the goal?
Great question. So right now we've got our mental health team. We have, this would be a great question for Todd probably, for our district plan. 2 of our staff members that were trained in the trauma-informed schools did that with the district. So it was 2 of our directors. And our counselors, family school liaison, I got trained this past time around, so we trained 10 more people.
Are you hoping to hit a target?
That's
number?
okay.
It's just okay.
for us, it was really important that we had some of our mental health people trained. So on the day that our teachers did trails training, our mental health staff didn't have to do that training. They did it at Star Commonwealth Trauma Informed Schools.
Okay, thank you. And one other thing on this, could you talk a little bit more about the Student Advisory Council? What kind of topics have come up?
Yes, so one of the things that we are going to be meeting tomorrow about, we've invited Dr. Willman to our meeting. Our students, they would like, and I'm going to put it out there, I hope that we can complete this before the end of the year, but our students would like to create their own video for safety. So we are going to be talking with Dr. Willman tomorrow because we can't just let them have a video camera and say whatever they would like to say about safety, but they would like to create a video that our students, for as long as it is appropriate, that they play and they see the student actors in that it's their students. So our seniors especially and our juniors want to make sure that our young people know how important safety is. Sorry.
Thank you. Sorry.
No.
Do you want more information?
Do you mind?
Yeah, go ahead, Todd.
Yeah, no, so Daisha did an amazing job explaining from a building perspective. From a district perspective though, we really are looking at conducting an organizational self-assessment on trauma. We're looking at 3 different tools right now to do that across the district to really identify what are we doing about, what do we need some work on, and what should our goals be going forward around just building that capacity within our staff, within our policies, and within our programs. So this is actually the beginning of some of that. So we've got some people who've gone through, it's a 12-hour training that we've trained over 22 staff in the initial cohort, and then we did with Daisha with our clinical staff. There's an educator component and a clinical component. They went through their clinical component with our mental health professionals. Star Commonwealth is actually supported through the county. So Julie Muldoon McDaniels at Oakland Schools is actually a trainer, and she actually does training at the county level. So we've been partnering with her to kind of guide us and consult with us as we move forward regarding a promising trauma-informed platform to use to build our staff capacity across the district. So that's the purpose.
Thank you. Thank you. Great.
Any other questions or comments? Great job, Daisha. We always love hearing.
I know you've given me 4 minutes and I take 5. I'm sorry.
I just, can I make one?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the infographic too, I love that.
Oh, I went,
This
let me,
is fantastic.
yes, let me call your attention to what you have in front of you. So this is what we call a smooth, rough draft. So this is the first time we've actually put this in print, and we haven't been, crossing our eyes trying to figure out if all of this is correct. So this is the Oxford High School 2023-24 school profile in its first draft. If you find an error, please let me know. But here, this is what our students will use to move forward and look college applications. It gives us an idea. This is the results of the work of our counseling department, specifically Kendra Schoenfeld, one of our administrative assistants. Kurt Moose has worked really hard on this. Our counselors. It just gives us the demographics of all of the programs and academic things that we have at Oxford High School. So thank you for mentioning that, Mary.
Thank you, and thanks for the whole presentation. This is great. Thank you, Daisha. Great job.
All right. Next up, Daisha's going to stay with us and do a little after-action report from yesterday after the team was debriefing. So I thank them for throwing this together so quickly.
All right, I am going to get some help from Dr. Willman, and we've had a lot of help from our entire team. I will do my best to report out about our incident yesterday, where we received a threatening email. So a couple of key points that we'd like you to just keep in mind as we go through the timeline and what has happened in the last 20-some hours. Just a reminder that when law enforcement investigation occurs, they lead, we follow their directions. So when they tell us that we can't say something or that we have to limit what we say, or they tell us what to do, we follow their lead. The priority both for the Sheriff's Office as well as Oxford Community Schools, always keep our students and staff safe. but also to work as hard as we can to determine the credibility of a threat. So that is a lot of different entities, and we'll get into that in a moment. Yesterday, the threat was specific to outside of our building, specifically the parking lot. And we learned that the threat was not credible at 2 o'clock yesterday by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office press release. So we had been already released, but we knew that this was not credible a couple hours after that.
But they didn't tell you, they didn't give us a heads up that they were going to release this.
We were in a large meeting, and I got a message from a staff member who had seen the press release. Yeah. So just a timeline of our events beginning yesterday morning. At 7:05 a.m., an email was sent to my administrative assistant. I want to point out that the email was sent. That does not mean the email was read the moment it was sent. Okay, so let me clear that up for you, and we'll go into the timeline a little bit more. So at 7:05, an email came into her inbox. My administrative assistant starts her day at 7:15 in the morning. And when she arrives, her typical morning tasks are to figure out substitute teachers and coverage for classrooms. Yesterday at OHS, we had 15 teachers out of the building doing various things. We had coverage for 12 of them, and 3 teachers were uncovered. So my administrative assistant has to find coverage for every single hour. Usually it's calling teachers to have them filled in their conference period. She has other morning tasks as well. We had a new substitute yesterday. She had to show that person how to log on, how to get the key, where to go, that kind of thing. At 7:47, this is a minute before our day starts, my administrative assistant sat down, opened up her email, began reading through her emails, and she found the threatening email. At 7:48, my administrative assistant, this is when our school day begins, so I'm almost on the announcements at this time, doing the Pledge of Allegiance and different things. She called Dr. Williman to report the threatening email, and then she forwarded the email to Allison. And a minute later, my administrative assistant forwarded the email to my OHS administrative team and to our security team. About this time, we're doing announcements, Pledge of Allegiance, things like that. At 7:51 a.m., Dr. Williman forwards the email to Sash. You've heard from him before. He's our Director of Cybersecurity and Operational Technology. From 7:54 to 8:08, Dr. Williman made calls to Deputy Scott Rafalski, our SRO, Dr. Markovitz, Sergeant Rick Meza from Oakland County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Justin Barnes, who is the SRO for OMS. She called me, she called Brad Bigelow, the principal of the middle school, and also Jim Vernier. At 8 o'clock, Deputy Barnes notified the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Command, his protocol is to go up to his command and let them know of the threatening email. At 8:03 a.m., after announcements were all completed, I saw my email and radioed my administrative team, and we met in the security office. At 8:04, Dr. Williman arrived at OHS, and at 8:15, Deputy Barnes from OMS had arrived at OHS. From 8:15 to 9:07, Deputy Barnes reports that he had secured additional deputies who were deployed to Oxford High School. Again, in that chain of command, he secured those deputies. He also contacted the Computer Crimes Division with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and also the K-9 unit. At 8:30, the administrators from OHS and our Florida security team partnered up, and they began to check for suspicious vehicles in all of the parking lots. We have a north lot, a south lot, and in the back of our school, we also have staff that park back there. So they began to check for stickers on cars, the tags that students have and staff have, just check to make sure that they had maybe an Oxford sticker on the car, things like that. At 9:07, the first K-9 unit came on scene. We had 4 different units throughout that time, and those 8 minutes arrived, and they began their protocol for searching the parking lot. We also had a drone unit that arrived, and that was able to search the entire vicinity of our school from above, and also any of the surrounding areas. OHS administration and the Fortis team, when they came on site, they returned back into the building. In that time, we also had been waiting for permission from our Oakland County Sheriff's Office for some kind of direction. Remember, one of the key points that I said is that we take their lead. They gave us permission to send communication at 10:02. And so at 10:02, I sent a remind text message to my staff that we would be going into secure protocol, and also to be ready for an announcement at the start of third hour. Third hour starts at 10:03. At 10:03, I was on the PA, entered secure protocol by our PA announcement, and, well, first of all, notified them of the threat. So if no one at this point had any information that there was a threat, we informed that there was a threat and that we were going to go into secure protocol, which is new to us. The term secure protocol is new, but I did explain on the PA that that means that we are going to continue with business as usual, but no one is going to be able to come in or out of our building. Our first communication from our communication department was sent out at 10:03. There were over 8,000 emails and 8,000 text messages, and that took about 9 minutes for because they are sent in waves. It took about 9 minutes for that to happen. At 10:20, we were notified by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office and the canine units that they had received no alerts by their canines. That was good news. That means that the dogs had not hit on any of the cars or the areas that they had inspected. This is just some of the announcements that I made during this time. Number one, early at start of third hour, the notification of threat and secure protocol. Also during the third hour, once notified that our lots had been cleared, but the investigation was not complete. And then we were also able to let people know then of the early dismissal information. At that time, I knew that the transportation department had deployed their drivers to come back to Oxford. They were at home by that time. They came back to Oxford to load up their buses to come to the high school. So second communication was sent 10:52 to 11:01. Again, it included that the lots were cleared, the investigation is going to continue, and also dismissal information. The messages that I read over the PA were exactly what we had written for the community, so I was not ad-libbing. I was reading from that, and then just giving reminders to staff and students. Before dismissal, I went on the announcement one more time to let them know that our mental health team had secured OVA from 12 to 3, so that students that needed support could go there to our OVA building, and also wanted to make mention of the Resiliency Center. And I did tell our student drivers to be careful exiting, that we had a lot of police deputies on site, and they wanted to make sure that we were following good exit procedures, and they did a great job. I also let our staff know that we were going to have an optional staff meeting after the students were dismissed. We did that meeting at 11:20, and then after that at 12:15, our after action review team met at central office. That includes certain key members from our Oxford High School team, as well as central office. So a lot of our assistant superintendents, Dr. Markovitz, and such were there. And it was during that meeting, we were actually discussing what we were going to do for school the next day, because we hadn't had any updates. We didn't know where we stood. We knew that there was nothing in our parking lots at that time, but that's when we learned that it was deemed a non-credible threat by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. And so that third communication we began to write that, and that was sent out it started to be sent out at 2:38, and it was done at 2:46.
And as part of that after-action review, we do follow FEMA and prepare protocols. We do use their documentation and go through, including timestamping everything. That's why we were able so quickly to give you a timeline of events, because that is part of our incident command, is we have someone scribing and timestamping everything. So that's another testament to the team and the training that this district has undergone to be able to get this information to the community and to you, the board, so quickly. So the response had a lot of components to it. It included the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, which, in addition to Deputy Justin Barnes, did a fantastic job yesterday, really being able to contact. At one point, he had 2 phones up to his ear while trying to talk to us about the situation, and he was fantastic. And I can't thank our SROs enough for the work they do day in and day out, but especially on days like yesterday, they go above and beyond consistently. So in addition to to Deputy Barnes, we had additional deputies that responded to the campus as well as in the vicinity, just to ensure that not only was our school property safe, but the vicinity was safe, which included the Abbey Ridge apartment complex, which is just off of our property line. So ensuring that we had someone patrolling in that area as well. The K-9 unit was deployed. We had someone, as you saw on the timeline, started arriving at 9:07. You saw the timeline of when Deputy Barnes was making all of those phone calls. We had someone as far out as West Bloomfield reporting. And 3 of the 4 K-9 units that did report had just finished 16-hour shifts. So not only did they respond quickly, they also had worked more than a full day and still came to see us as quickly as they did. And then the Computer Crimes Division worked with our technology department to really figure out where this threat came from. Fortis did an excellent job as well, and that is a testament to Greg Hughes and his team in being able to not only help our administrators to know what to identify in parking lots, but being able to be vigilant and know where to stand with very little direction because they already knew what to do. So thank you to Fortis for being able to step up quickly and deploy where they needed to be. In addition to that, we had someone dedicated to looking at doors on cameras. So because the threat was outside, we wanted to ensure not only did we have our doors all secured, but we had someone watching the doors on camera as well. OHS office staff as an entirety, everyone, made rounds throughout the school building to support, whether it was checking on students, checking on highly impacted kids, being able to check on each other, and being able to respond and do what needed to be done. Because in the middle of all of this, we also had some other meetings that were occurring that needed to support kids and adults, and we were still able to carry those on because people like Mark Suckley and Lisa Butts stepped up the moment they said, what can we do? So very grateful to the office staff. We, of course, have our therapy dogs on site, and they were available as needed. Additional district safety personnel were deployed to the high school. Our technology team has a great partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, and so they worked together for the investigation. We held the debriefing session for staff, just to get a pulse for them and to really help them get an idea at that point what we knew and what we could share. We partnered with neighboring districts, including Clarkston for basketball, Lake Orion for swim and dive, and then robotics went to the Chaldean Diocese Retreat Center, and then the middle school welcomed our wrestling teams and girls basketball teams, because at that point when school was released, we didn't know when they could come back, but our kids wanted to still participate in their evening activities. So we're grateful for our neighboring districts and for the middle school for being welcoming to our students so that we could maintain normal as much as possible. And then we did have classroom meetings this morning with the Prepare script. Daisha worked with Todd Barless and Bridget Bittner to be able to prepare that script so that our teachers, following Prepare work protocols, were able to give the personalized assistance. We also are working on, we sent out a survey to staff, as well as having additional debriefing meetings with staff now that we have the complete information that we can share. And we'll also be sending something similar out to students just as a check-in this week.
Thank you. So I do want to highlight what we did well. It's important in a situation where you can find faults at every turn, every mistake, every misstep that you've made. We had to find the things that we did well. And I want to mention that staff took care of students and staff took care of each other. Last night I got CC'd at an email from a parent to the teacher whose class their child was in. And it was a thank you for being calm, for giving them space, for continuing on with the lesson third hour, because that's what that group needed. And that student told their parent it had to have been hard for that teacher. And it was. But they come through. Last night I also got a message, a really kind message from a staff member who said, we take care of the kids and you take care of us. And thank you for responding to our needs, and thank you for being sensitive to everything that we're going through. And so that is a testimony to OHS. I believe it's probably every school, but in this school we do it really, really well. Our staff takes care of kids, and our staff takes care of each other. Our front office team was proactive. There, I was behind closed doors with cameras, with phones, with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department. And when someone had a question or they had an idea, they implemented. So for example, our administrative assistants they were nervous about getting phone calls and what they should say on the phone. So rather than interrupt me and the work that I was doing or the other people, they called Angela Weaver and asked for her support and asked her, what should we do? And they got their answer. Kurt News and our administrators wanted to get right outside and start checking the parking lot. Our Fortis team stepped in and said, we'll go with you. No one had to ask for permission. They knew what to do, and they carried out duties. And so I'm super appreciative of the front office team. And that includes our security team, our counselors, our family school liaisons, our directors. They just went out and took care of things and people. My administrative assistant responded quickly and appropriately. I don't know how many emails you all get in a day or how quickly when an email comes through that you read it, but for all of the things that she does in the morning after she arrives at work, to read the email and respond, in my opinion, as quickly and appropriately as possible, I am so proud of her. I talked to a parent tonight on the phone who said, please don't send me an email. I have hundreds in my email box. I'll never get it. I understand, sir. This administrative assistant responded quickly and appropriately, and I'm really proud of her. And finally, the partnership between Oakland County Sheriff's Office and Oxford Community Schools. We would be lost without our SROs and our Sheriff's Department. I wouldn't know what to do, and they know what to do, and they help us. And we take care of kids, and we take care of our staff, and they take care of the business, and they help us along. So I'm very proud again of those partnerships.
So if anything, there are always things we can improve upon. This year, Oxford Community Schools adopted the standard response protocol. So secure is a new item. According to how the state of Michigan currently implements it, it's a lockdown, but it's lockdown because there's a threat outside. So the shift in language, we're working on still. So we know we need to continue doing that. Deja did an excellent job during her announcements and her messages to teachers to review that, but we know we have to continue to review this, and we will. The standard response protocol is located in every yellow flip book across the district, which is in any area where students are. It's also part of the emergency operation plan. So anyone who has a copy of the emergency operation plan, and Deja brought hers, it's just locked in the office right now, it's in there. And so it's just that continuous ongoing training that needs to occur district-wide.
We started today. We began today.
Yes.
Okay.
We did learn that some people's roles within the incident command structure needed to shift, and that's perfectly normal because we know when we write plans on paper, things can change the day of an event. We learned that also from the middle school. So although we just reviewed district-wide ICS roles in January with the teams, I know Deja and I are going to sit back down and do it again because we did have an event that made us want to readjust some positions. Nothing that changed any of the events that happened. They're smaller roles, but important roles, as all roles in the incident command are important. We know we need to improve our communication to off-site programs, so the kids that were coming from OTEC and the health science students. New employee training, we had some new to the building OSEC professors that needed to receive training, and they received that today from Mark Supley. And then we know we need to add that phone call component because, as Deja said, she had a dad that said, please do not send me an email. I have hundreds of them. So we'll be adding that as well as sending communication to high school students moving forward.
Some of the supports that we had in place for our students and staff, I mentioned yesterday that we opened up OFA with our mental health team, thanks to them for being there for our students from 12 to 3. We didn't have any students take advantage of that, but that's okay. We still offered it, and if students needed it, they were there. The Resiliency Center is open to us. We did have a report that 7 students were at the Resiliency Center after yesterday afternoon, so that was good. We have extra supports at the high school this week. Our counselors are doing middle school 8th grade scheduling talks. So our counselors are actually leaving our building to go to do scheduling work. So our building is supported with some extra supports. We appreciate that. Our high school staff reached out to students and staff last night and the following day, today, just making sure that we are all doing okay and we have what we need. Last night, we checked in with our coaches and our arts department, and as Allison mentioned, some of our teams and our student athletes and our art students needed to practice. They have state competitions coming up, and we have a musical to get ready for, and once we knew that it was okay for them to participate, we wanted to check in with coaches to make sure that kids were doing well, they were in the place where they're most happy. And so all of those people reported that that was good. Today we had an employment assistance program counselor on site for anyone who needed it. We do have staff that use that resource. It's not just a resource on site though. We do make mention and reminded our staff of the various ways that they can get help if needed 24/7. And we reminded students of the resources as well.
Any questions?
So firstly, more of just a clarification for the community. The Gaggle system that we have, that does not monitor staff email, that is only student, correct?
Correct, unless a student is sending an email to staff.
So, of course, there wouldn't have.
But that would be the student's email that would be flagged.
Good point, thank you.
Okay. And then for the secure protocol, can you tell me, so are the doors locked, are night locks in place for that?
So in a secure protocol, that just means no one's allowed in or out of the building. Normal procedures occur within the building. So kids can go to their different classes, lunches, PE, they just can't go outside and no one can come in.
Okay. And, you know, I started looking at some things and what to do because if you receive a threat like that, I mean, you don't know what to do. And I did find a lot of universities and other schools had procedures listed on their website, and I'm just wondering, what is that communication to staff? Because unfortunately, the world that we live in, this happens all the time. We just had more in the state recently. And so, as a staff member, if you are to receive this, are there training available? How are they I know it's in the EOP and what the process is and when to call 911. But how is that relayed to staff?
Part of that is in the yellow flip chart that's reviewed at the beginning of every year. There is a section on bomb threats for that. So that would be part of that. But again, as any of our safety trainings, it can be ongoing and improved.
Interestingly enough, this year, my administrative assistant is new to us this year, and so we did a training with our administrative assistant staff, and when we would answer a telephone, we go through a process where if we get something concerning on a telephone call, that we begin to script and describe exactly what's going on. For us in this situation, it was, and then what to do after you get that information, you go right to your supervisor, the safety directors, you tell someone, see something, say something kind of thing. So this was different for us. We hadn't had an email threat come through, at least in my time in high school, and this was new. We do train about scripting and scribing and how important listening to voices and things like that are, but for us, it was right there in print. So she just knew, she knew I was on the PA, she knew I wasn't available, and she called Allison. So it's a good lesson for all of us.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was something that I learned too about the scripting. I didn't realize the things that you're supposed to listen for.
Listen for
and
voices,
and-
I need to see
Yeah, so
others.
that's good to know that they,
And within the document that we have for if a phone call comes in, it highlights, I would say, at least 30 different things that you can check the box for. So we don't have someone in that type of a situation trying to think, oh, did I remember this, did I remember that? Like there's check boxes and then they can go in and add their notes.
great, thank you. There was one more. Oh, nope, I think you covered it in the other one. Never mind. Thank you.
Good. Well, thank you. I know yesterday was a long day for you guys. I think you did a great job.
Yeah, I do want to say thank you so much. Our staff, I started to meet to debrief with staff yesterday, but we did it again today. Now that we have more information, I had one meeting right after school, and I'll meet with teachers tomorrow during lunch periods. But one thing that they wanted you to know, they really, really appreciate your support. It means a great deal to them. When you're in these situations, it's really difficult, and they do a great job, and so thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deisha.
Okay. Moving on to the agenda, Ms. Sharina for the presentation of the District Leadership Profile Report. This is a summary of all the efforts from the focus groups that were held in early February.
Good evening.
Good evening.
It is great to see you all again. So I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Dr. Serena Shivers, and I am one of the lead consultants for the superintendent search here in Oxford. My colleagues and I had the pleasure of being in the district for 2 full days. So we were here from 8 o'clock in the morning till about 7 or 8 o'clock at night on February 7th and February 8th. So if you will, just take a couple of minutes to walk through some highlights of the report. It is 23 pages, so I promise you, I am not going to read word for word every 23 pages, but there are some things that I want to point out to you and highlight this evening. First of all, for myself personally, thank you for the experience. Thank you for opening up your district and allowing for Mike and I to have a chance to spend time with your community. It was 2 days very well spent, and I'll talk a little bit more at the end about how I was personally impacted and moved by the experience. If you're following along with me in the document, the first part of the document talks about the selection process and the executive summary. And I'm not going to read the details there, but I wanted to share with you that part of putting together the compilation of this document was talking with individuals as well as small groups. So we met with individuals and groups, and we asked each group the same questions. So these are the same questions that you all received in your interviews, whether we were meeting with 1 person, 10 people, 30 people, they were all asked the same questions. This document does not necessarily represent the majority of each respective group. What it represents are themes, maybe consistent comments, and ways in which the individuals or the groups kind of came together around a particular topic. And I'll give you an example of that in just a moment. We were looking for collective agreement, if you will, as we moved through this process. So we had 16 focus groups with approximately 150 individuals that met with us. And what I will tell you is those numbers, when you think about like the size of the district, you might be like, wow, that's only a small sampling. It is consistent with the other searches that we do. Roughly about 100 to 200 people participate in the focus groups. That's why we provide the online survey, so that we have multiple touch points in which people are providing their input. So we asked 4 questions. 3 questions we asked consistently. The 4th question, sometimes they answered before we even got to that question, so we didn't always ask that question. But the first question are, what are the strengths in your school district? So share with us what you consider to be the strengths of Oxford Community Schools. The second question is the other end of that. What are the challenges that are facing Oxford Community Schools that you would like for the new superintendent to know? The third question is, what are the characteristics that you are looking for in the new superintendent? And the 4th question is there anything else that you would like for the new superintendent or for the community to know? And again, we didn't always get to that question because sometimes that answer had already come up before we got there. So we spoke with 4 groups. Parents and community was 1 group. Board, as each of you were individually interviewed. Staff, and then students. So this document represents the input and the feedback from those 4 groups. On page 2, you see a list of the 16 focus groups that we interviewed. And I want to pause and just stop and say thanks to Angela because she made this work seamlessly while Mike and I rode around town like speed demons trying to get from one place to another. She made sure that doors were unlocked and that security was there and that water was there and food was there. And so really appreciate you, Angela, because you guys don't know how crazy it can be trying to get when you have like 5 minutes to get from one place to the other. And so without someone making sure that that process runs smoothly, it can be really, really hectic. And she was above and beyond that. So we really appreciating her. On page 4 is where we actually start giving the summary and the analysis of the information that we collected. So there were some themes that were almost consistent across all 4 groups. So those themes were things like the amazing strength and care of staff that came up in some shape, form, or fashion in almost every group that we spoke to. The incredible curricular and academic offerings at every level that came up. You name it, from IB to OVA to being able to take advantage of the arts and athletics. That was middle school, high school, elementary. In some way, they all talked about the plethora of opportunities for students in this district. Another thing that was brought up in terms of strengths is small community, close-knit community, connected community, everyone feeling like they had a sense of belonging in the community, everyone knowing each other in the community. Those things were brought up over and over again. Some of the challenges that were consistent were budgetary concerns, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of them. And then, as you can imagine, safety concerns were also brought up in some shape or fashion across all 4 groups that we spoke with. So what I would like to do now is, section by section, just highlight a few of the feedback and the input that we received. What I'm going to attempt to do, because I was actually conducting some of the focus groups along with Mike, is what I'm going to attempt to do is either highlight those things that were maybe you wouldn't expect, or that were brought up that were kind of outliers, but still consistent within that group, or things when we were talking and somebody brought it up, we got a lot of head nodding and and so they kind of came up as being a very consistent thought. So in the first area of strengths, this is the parent and the community group. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on page 4. Thank you so much for asking. I'm at the bottom of page 4. So one of the things that brought up was by the parent and the community group was that in addition to strong academics, there was lots of help for those students that were struggling in some sort of way, or those students that needed additional support. Comments were made like teachers go out of their way to help students, and that teachers were accommodating and making adjustments. But it wasn't just teachers, it was all staff being willing to step in and jump in and help students when they needed. So while we heard a lot about the strong academic support, a lot of community and parents recognized that for those students that were struggling in any sort of way, those supports were also equally in place. The other thing that came up consistently in the community group, a lot of head nodding, a lot of agreement, and I thought this was a unique thing because you're talking about parents and community that not necessarily were in the district, but they saw and were really aware of how well operations worked within the district. So they said things like they could tell that the departments worked closely with one another, or transportation really ran smoothly in the district, or that central office and the building levels, there was a lot of collaboration and support between them. So that's not necessarily a function that you expect for people outside of the district to recognize, but both parents and community recognize that it's a pretty well-oiled machine in the district and that people work collaboratively and really, really well with one another. So on page 5, I want to share some of the things that were identified as challenges by the community group. One of those challenges was a question whether or not community, parents, families, students were getting the trauma-informed support that they needed. Is that happening? Recognition that people are still fragile, that people are still hurting, that there's still a lot of unrest. And so the question was raised by this parent and community group consistently whether or not the help that they needed, and I was excited to hear some of what was talked about at the high school, whether this training was happening and whether the support that people needed was happening. At the end of that list of challenges, there was, and you can imagine this was by parents, but there was a lot of head nodding, so we had to make mention of it. Parents that have kids in multiple schools thought that there needed to be more cohesiveness from one grade level to the other, often negatively impacted by calendars when they have one kid in one building, one in the other, one in the other, and that was brought up, and a lot of head nodding, a lot of agreement by more than one groups of either parents or community that being able to get more on the same page between schools and between transitions could be really, really helpful for parents with multiple children in the district. The next section that I'm going to move to came from the board. So these are comments that were collective amongst board members. I'm going to start with strengths of the district. Again, that notion that there's a lot of opportunities for kids. OVA was mentioned almost in every group that we talked about, even those that don't have kids at the secondary level, about having that virtual opportunity. It was mentioned as a strength, it was mentioned as an expansion, it was mentioned as a benefit for the school district in so many different ways. It was recognizable that it provided options for families and options for the district to be able to have a strong virtual program, and not just a virtual program that is within the district, within the community, but that you pull kids from regional and outside of Oxford as well, and that you as a district really are kind of a beacon in the area of virtual programming in the state of Michigan. So that was mentioned almost across all groups, but the board recognized it as well. And then one other strength that the board recognized is that safety and security is a top priority in the district. That comment was made consistently as well, but I wanted to highlight that as something that was consistent amongst all board members that we spoke to. In the area of challenges, continuing along this line, almost everything that the board identified was related to November 30th in terms of the aftermath and turning ongoing needs, whether it was training, whether it was recognizing that there's still some financial challenges post the tragedy, recognizing that kids were impacted by both COVID and the tragedy. So a lot of these things were consistent that the board shared, but almost all of the comments that were identified by board members collectively were related to the tragedy and the district having a lot of work to do and a lot of needs as a result of it. I'm going to move on to staff, and I'm on the bottom of page 8. Some of the strengths that were identified by staff, again, here is the safety strength, where the staff held a strong sense of appreciation and acknowledgement for all of the enhanced safety, and they recognize it as a top priority in the district, and this was consistent in almost all buildings that we spoke to. And then I thought this was a highlight to share, and people were extremely proud that you all take care of your people here in the district. Staff recognize that they are treated well, that there are opportunities for professional development, professional growth, but they also talked about strong benefits and employee services here in the district. That was brought up whether we were talking to transportation, whether we were talking to central office, whether we were talking to teachers in the classroom. Those are some of the strengths that they consistently shared. In the areas of challenges, staff mentioned in various groups that they didn't feel like their voices were always heard in decision-making. They felt like decision-making often is made by a select group, and they are requesting that this be looked at moving forward to the new superintendent, he, she, or they that take on this role, that they are cognizant of the staff would love to be more actively involved in decision-making in the district. Another kind of an outlier in the sense that it was the opposite of the district being extremely close-knit. Many staff recognized that while it was a strength, it could sometimes also be a challenge because everybody knows everybody. And so what they raised is that sometimes it's hard to hold people accountable or to also set boundaries, because when you're extremely close as a community, everybody knows everybody, and sometimes people are really close friends and have relationships with one another, and they just recognize that is as much as a gift as it is a challenge in the district. So my next group, which by far was my most favorite group, was the high school students. I enjoyed them all, but the high school students we met with first, and they were fantastic, so kudos to the staff at the high school. We had a very, very diverse group of students. We had some that were in OVA, we had some that were in the early college, we had some that were obviously in the high school, we had some that were freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors, so they had a good representation of students that met with us. So students said that they felt like teachers, staff, and the administration, and there was strong emphasis on the administration, are very caring and supportive. They felt like they give them the space that they need, that they have an opportunity to share their concerns and their thoughts, and that there really is a strong check-in system at the high school to make sure that they are well. So I'm going to move to some of the challenges that students raised, and I'm actually going to highlight 3 of them. The first one was, and I think they may have addressed it in the presentation they just showed you where they said email and texting they were going to add students. Because students felt like communication to students was not good, right? They feel like their parents know, but that oftentimes they don't know. And they talked about something called SMORE, and they kind of all were in agreement they don't use it. Whatever system it is that they have in place at the high school, they all said, with the exception of like 2 students, that they don't use it. So I'm sorry to high school staff if they're still here. They wanted to let us know that they don't feel like, as students, that they are communicated with and that that could be done a lot better. Students, interestingly, you have a very well-rounded group of students because they seem to be very versed on budget and financial concerns in the district. I really wanted to ask them, but I didn't have time. Like, how do you all know this, right? Because they really had a lot of details. But one of the things that they brought up was their understanding that these budgetary concerns are tie-barred to the safety measures. And what they are hearing is that as budget decisions are having to be made, some of the safety measures that are put into the high school may be gone. And I promised them that I would share this, so I'm going to hold up to what I promised. Their biggest concern was that some of the underclassmen, the safety measures that are in place is all they know. And so their concern is that if like they're a freshman and they're a sophomore and some of the things that are in place is all that they know, if those things go away, they've never experienced high school any other way. So I promised I would share that because that came from the sophomores and freshmen that said, this is all we know. So we don't want to get rid of some of the things that are in place. The other things that they shared was that, and I think I heard some of it in the presentation, that there needs to be better communication between the students at the high school with students in the middle school on what actually happened in the high school, and making sure that the younger students know and have a better understanding of the experience of those at the high school, but then also that there's a lot of connection between them because they felt like there wasn't a lot of connection around the tragedy between the students that are younger than them and the students that are coming to the high school. And the third thing that I wanted to share, and I also promised that I would share this, is that they felt like, on the other hand, a lot of security measures were giving them a false sense of security. And they also said that they felt like safety precautions and procedures were inconsistent after school and for evening events. So examples they gave is like things that they have to do during the day, they don't necessarily have to do in the evening. And does that also contribute to the false sense of security? This came out of the mouth of babes, so I told them that I would share it. And I thought they were very insightful and aware of what was going on in their environment, and so I really enjoyed talking with them and listening with them. At the request of the board, we met with a special group. This was a group of parents who had young people who were unfortunately victims of November 30th, as well as a staff member that was a victim. So this is a special group that was added, and that is on the page of 12. Their comments were very much in line with the other groups. In terms of strength of the district, some of the same things that were shared. Staff were incredible, programs were incredible. They expressed the arts and the athletics and how fortunate they are to be in a district where there is no pay to play, that creates an equitable experience for all students to be able to take advantage of the rich offerings here in the district. And overwhelmingly, their area in which they felt like was a challenge for the new superintendent coming on board was getting their arms around what they perceived to be a lack of consistency, accountability in rules, procedures, things of that nature being upheld and followed through with, and then the transparency and the communication around those issues. I'm going to now move to the bottom of page 13, where I would just like to briefly highlight some things that is an overall compilation of all of the conversations that we had as it relates to a desired candidate profile. So if you're reading with me down at the bottom of page 13, I just want to highlight some of these items. It was shared that they were looking for a visionary, inspirational leader that can build strong relationships, can help foster strong relationships between the board and the superintendent, implements a collaborative vision across all stakeholders, someone who listens to and effectively represents the interest and the concerns of staff, students, administrators, parents, and community, someone who is inspiring, motivating, someone who will lead change with transparency, someone who places students at the center of every decision, and then overwhelmingly there was consistency around someone who was fostering an open and safe environment, which included emphasis on trauma-informed care and threat assessment training. And I'm now on the top of page 14. So in summary, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to work with Oxford Community Schools. We look forward to finding your next leader. At the end of this summary that's on the continuation of this document, page 15 to 23, we almost verbatim, and I say almost because it's human error, but we almost verbatim listed every comment that was made. So that's what the rest of this document shows you for each group. You all are not done with me yet. I will be back on Monday to provide to you the slate of candidates. I will tell you that I have personally, along with Mike, been dedicated to finding you all an incredible next leader. I personally have developed fondness for Oxford. At the end of the online survey, you were to list people that you would want to be interviewed for the next superintendent, and I saw my name in there. So I'm not interested in being a superintendent, but I will tell you, it increased my fondness to the district. We do look forward, and we have been spending a lot of our time trying to find you an exceptional candidate as well as other resources to help you all move forward and heal. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anybody have questions for Serena?
You're welcome.
Thanks, this is very comprehensive. This will be posted to the board packet after the meeting, so those in the community will be able to take a peek at it as well. I think it was very insightful. Yeah. And I think it's a great tool for our incoming superintendent to get a snapshot of our community and the needs and our strengths. I
Sure.
appreciate the work.
You're welcome. You all have a good evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to scheduled public comment for agenda items only. We have 6 today, so I ask that kindly we respect the 3-minute timer, and to the topic that you had chosen to speak upon. We still have a lot of agenda to get through. It's a long meeting today, so I appreciate you guys hanging with us. All right, first, Danielle Krozak on the quarterly safety update.
Hello. The most urgent priority concerns safety and security. Quote, "We need to make sure we are putting a lot of good things in place, but you have to implement them with fidelity. And to do that, you have to monitor, you have to assess, you have to manage, you have to monitor again, assess, and remanage. It's a continuous cycle. I don't know if we can get to total fidelity in 6 months, but I have to set up the structure by which we evaluate that regularly so we can get to overall fidelity as soon as possible." Another quote, "We need to communicate to staff, the parents, the students, and the community what we are doing. I want to elevate communications to a level where it's never been before. Communication is going to be critical. We have to be timely, transparent, and responsive." These were Vicki's words in January of 2023. I was encouraged at the time. You also emphasized the top priorities and the focus on being very data-driven. But it's been over a year, and we still struggle to provide transparency and data behind some of these decisions and actions we're taking. As an example, the amount of effort involved as a parent to gain visibility into a parent subcommittee of safety has been exhausting, it's been unnecessary, and it's still not achieved. For over 2 years, so since before many of you were here, although some of you were here. Myself and other parents have inquired directly with Allison, with Vicki, with numerous board members over the last year with no progress. Even today, it finally made it on the agenda, but the information remains incomplete. We are still not being told who's on this safety committee the Parent Safety Committee, what are their topics of priority, and how to engage them. The entire purpose of a parent subcommittee was to ensure representation across the district, a way for other parents to engage, to have voices heard, to rebuild trust. Not to mention, it's a Secret Service best practice that we should have learned by now. Instead, it's treated like a secret society with a group email. It's an unacceptable approach. In August, at the safety update, it was presented, the complete safety update was presented with great intentions, describing how we were gonna measure things, how we were gonna report progress. Fast forward to December, good intentions once again, data for threat assessment and suicide, but no other data to measure progress. Here we are again today. I took a glance at the update, and we're in the same place. No additional data to support where we are. Where's the feedback? How are we measuring ourselves? What's the progress? Where's the performance on Evolve, DriftNet, Zero Eyes? What percentage of parents have acknowledged safe storage and registration? What's the status of Prepare training? Jill Lamont brought it in 2022. You recently decided to eliminate a safety position. What data did you use to make that decision? How is Daisy performing? We hear the students refer to her as the zoo dog. I think we'll hear about her tonight. Why are we not using Evolve for after-hours student events, and yet we used it here tonight? Why is student safety not as important as those attending this board meeting tonight?
Thank you, Danielle. All of you made a commitment to students, staff in this community. Vicki, you have 4 months left here. We do not want to wait for another superintendent. And we want the board members that are here that have a duty to the community to hold the district accountable. Thank you. Marissa Prince. And Nutrition Services.
So when I think about strengths of the district, and we heard a lot of them tonight, I think about our food service workers in our kitchens and how hard they work and how much they love the students. And I think about the free lunch program this year that's saving money for so many of our families. The stigma of free meals is now gone in the state of Michigan for our kids. I was an advocate for this program, meeting with legislators. I feel really strongly about it, but it was never the intention of this program for it to result in our workers feeling overwhelmed and for long lines to take time away from the students having enough time to eat. So what I'm asking for is that the district works together to try to solve some of these problems that the students are seeing so they have enough time to eat, just like how you and I enjoy having 15 minutes to sit and eat our lunch. We have an obligation to the taxpayers in Michigan to serve the children efficiently with a variety of locally sourced foods and serve them delicious meals while seeking their feedback to continually improve. We need to respect and appreciate our workers through balancing their work every day so they're not overwhelmed. I don't want them experiencing so much stress that we have so much turnover in the department. They work so hard, they care about the kids, and their jobs are hard. So I'm asking for line modifications, efficiency improvements, scheduling changes, embracing technology, instead of switching to more processed foods or eliminating choices that kids like or removing warm breakfast. And I just want all the workers to know how much I appreciate them. I'd like free meals to be here to stay in Michigan. And one suggestion I had or idea I had was to maybe pay a bonus to every food service worker who's been able to stick it out this year since the beginning of the year. give them a bonus for staying with us and helping our kids and feeding our kids under these hard circumstances with the high numbers that they're putting out every day. Thank you.
Thank you. Kit Grabowski on robotics.
Hello. I've been involved with the Oxford Robotics program from FLL all the way through the high school for 12 years. I love the program. Don't get me wrong on anything I may say. I love the program. It is absolutely phenomenal. It gives kids way more opportunities than just a robot. We came up with the tagline, "We build more than robots." They are not kidding. The last 2 years, we've had the valedictorian. We've got kids that just have done incredible things. That being said, the last 2 years of our leadership for the high school robotics team have led me to wonder if we're going to have a robotics program in the future. It also surprises me that they are only now requesting permission for travel 10 days from now. Aren't you guys supposed to review things for up to 2 weeks before you give permission? So that could potentially be the day before they are supposed to leave for their first competition for the season. That bothers me. But what bothers me more is that they have a team, in the past, they have been to states and worlds, something to the effect of 8, 9 times consecutively. Since 2013 at least, they have been to states every year until the last 2 years. I completely understood in 2022 when the team only earned the right to go for an award. They didn't even earn the right to take the robot to competition at states. I got that. I understood that. I understood the whole, we're not going to require them to even go up for the finals day to see if they won the award. They did kind of press the team to go so that we could help clean up afterwards so that we could obtain a roll of carpeting for our practice field. That's fine. But they're up for an award. They should be required to be there to accept the award as a team, if it is a team award. Same thing happened last year. Up for the exact same award. The entire team was scheduled to be up there for states because they thought they were going to make states with the robot. When the robot didn't make states, but they still were up for the award, everybody canceled their reservations, understandably so. If you don't have to spend the extra money, why? You know, but why not still make them go to the finals, to be there to accept the award that the team is up for? I think part of the stipulation for approving their state competition travel this year should be that if they are up for an award, at the very least, they need to be at finals. Part of the reason I think that, one, it's a team. They didn't, not 1 or 2 people won it. It would be the entire team that wins it. The entire team should be there. Secondly, 3/4 of the team have never seen a state competition. And as Mary Hanser can tell you, states is completely different than districts. And if they want to go to Worlds in Houston, that is way beyond even states. I understand not making everybody go to Worlds because they want the parents to go because of the enormity of it. But states is in Saginaw. It's at SVSU. It's what, an hour, hour and a half drive from here? 2 hours at most? They should be going to represent the school and themselves if they are going to get your approval to attend that competition in any way, shape, or form, even if it is only for an award.
Thank you so much, Kit. Corey Vanderkay on the Leadership Code.
Okay. So I'm wondering, after the bomb threat and school's response, what recommendations will the superintendent make to the board? It sounds like you understand that staff members may have been activated or triggered by acknowledging that the experience could cause a strong negative emotional reaction, which is why you're offering on-site counseling to all staff today, and acknowledge that that is being helpful in their healing journey. But I'm still waiting to hear what you plan to offer the students and families who are activated. For some families and staff members, it was not a big deal. They even felt like it went well. But for others, it was a nightmare. The community was clearly divided on the handling of yesterday's bomb threat. There was a lot of victim shaming, even from a few staff or resigned staff and a board member's spouse, which devalued some students and their families' experience. The small group, as it was referred to in the social media post, includes survivors who were shot and their families. It includes Justin's family and friends, Hannah's family and friends, Madison's family and friends, Tate's family and friends, and Keegan's family and friends. And yes, it also includes some people who feel a lot of empathy for those affected the most from the shooting. What kind of message does that send to the kids and families? Is the community saying it's not okay that threats and lockdowns trigger them and cause anxiety? That their pain and suffering doesn't matter? There's graffiti in the school from students wanting to kill themselves, for God's sakes. Where's the compassion for those who are struggling and suffering? I feel like the shooter shined a light on a pretty significant problem with the culture here. We tell them to ask for help, but then shame them for doing it. Shame the families for having a reaction or sharing feelings about it. Where's the mental flexibility? I thought our job as staff members was to listen to students with your whole heart, work for the common good, offer hope, be a trusted adult for whom they can come to when they need help. I'm really worried about the data that shows a rise in suicide in the years following a school shooting, or the research that indicates a higher rate of antidepressants used among those exposed to a school shooting in the following years, or the decline in school performance, the increase in student absenteeism, and students exposed to shootings at their schools are less likely to graduate, go to college, and graduate college. They are less likely to be employed and have lower earnings in their mid-20s. So considering the best interest of the students going forward, what modifications in the safety plan and recovery plan will the superintendent make to the board? And then I just want to add, and I'll talk again later, that after picking up my daughter today, she told me that, well, she has classes with seniors and juniors, and she told me that, well, attendance was low, but that also they were very sad and tired. And then after the script that was read to them about what happened, that many were upset to learn that this information was found out around 7, but I guess 7:15, and then they didn't know about it until 10. So there is a fear. My daughter even said that she is worried, but she's also speaking for some of her classmates. She's worried, they're worried that they, when they go to school and enter that building, that a threat has been made, but they're not being made aware of it. So they're feeling pretty scared right now. So I understand that we were told everything went well, but I don't know, there's a whole nother side to it, right? So if that could be addressed, that would be great.
Thank you, Corey.
Thank you.
Mark, James, Gillum? Sorry, you always put your middle name in your things. I apologize.
I love and appreciate all the staff members and teachers who continue showing up and working for our children while having to shoulder the decisions of our failed leadership here. As the community continues to address and litigate against Oxford Community Schools and its leadership associated with the November 30th shooting. Our search for a superintendent needs to be someone that understands the bylaws of Oxford Community Schools and its board powers. For over a year, Vicki Markovich has continued with the same narrative of Tim Throne and the November 30th board members like Heather Schaefer and Mary Hanser, and administration whose failures allowed the attack to happen, killing and wounding our precious students. Under the board powers bylaws, it states that there are 5 items: educating our students, and then providing for the safety and welfare of students. Then it includes operations, buildings, and then the next thing is hiring, contracting, scheduling, supervising, and terminating employees, as the bylaws state that is the board's powers, and Vicki continues to tell us that she can't discuss the employment issues of the people in our district. Well, it's not your job, Vicki. Our bylaws state it's the board's job, and we have not had one conversation in over 2 years in a public board meeting about the individuals who were noted as failed doing their job in the Guidepost report. And based on the Guidepost investigation, in your January payment of $400,000, bringing our total cost to the district to $3 million for the information provided in the investigation. Why have you not terminated Steve Wolf, Pam Fine, and Jim Rourke instead of abdicating your responsibility to an employee? Why have you board members not made motions to terminate employees based on findings? Everything rises and falls on leadership. President Reese says we're at the bottom, but actually we're still falling. Board members will not comment with their dissent after decisions are voted on. Board members will not address previous board decisions. Why do you think our First Amendment rights are removed after becoming a board member? Free speech and the right to redress grievances reminds me of something from the Chinese Department of Education that I'm learning many of you have actually partnered with and have a good relationship, including Tim Throne and Colleen Schultz. And there's a pretty good history of there. I think we need to root that garbage out of our school. Who thought, let's see, Albert Einstein says measure of intelligence is the ability to change. So if the board can't change things, then we have zero intelligence here. If we can't undo things and correct past decisions that were mistakes that led to catastrophic failures, what are we? We're stuck in the same rut forever.
Thank you, Mark. Callie Ressner, Drainer Road.
In terms of the way you do your schedule, the board presentations that you have with the schools and all these things, you have it at the beginning of the meeting. We have so many important things going on in our district, people that want to talk. It really would be nice if you put those at the end of the meeting so that we, could be prioritized here instead of listening to like the OVAs and all these things that you're doing. Or maybe have them do it on videotape and put it out on community TV. So it's not being done at the beginning of the board meeting, just something to consider. So on your agenda, you've got this multi-million-dollar expenditure for the Dominican Sisters property. You call it the Drainer Road property. I call it the resort. So you bought this 32-acre campus. It includes a 60,000 square foot mother house, 43 bedrooms, 21,000 square foot retreat house. It's got 3 homes. You bought a cemetery. We have to maintain it, right? It costs us a fortune. We don't need it. We have no use for it. We have other properties that we can put certain things on. And what this is focusing on is non-district student stuff, right? And so you also bought that sandbox, the property south of the high school. And so that was a $500,000 purchase and another $500,000 more than that in land balancing. I'm bringing it up because it all happened during the time, the year up to the shooting. That's where your priorities and your focus was spent. And so I have all the spreadsheets of all the expenses on these properties. We're talking millions of dollars spent, okay? This one I went over before. You took the money from the general fund, okay? This is from the June 2021 audit statement, right? Your superintendent corrected me once and said, no, Dad. It's right here in your own words. You took money from the general fund to buy all these properties that we don't need. The sandbox has been sitting there for years. We bought it in 2019, right? sitting there, we're spending all this money and time on it, not helping us a bit. We don't need it, right? It came from our general fund. That's millions and millions of dollars we could have spent on mental health experts, proper training, threat assessments, and all of the important things. In August of 2019, the school was notified that you needed to do the EOP. Your focus was on buying properties. You needed to do it. So you applied for a grant. September 18, 2019, from your own memo here, Jill Lemon, Rourke, Wolf, 93% of the staff are confident in safety and security. We have these K-9 patrols. We search backpacks, daily SRO presence. The office staff needs to learn how to run the cameras for safety. Again, September 2019. You got the grant money, you did the EOP, you put it on the shelf. But you were supposed to train, you were supposed to keep it updated, you were supposed to do threat assessment teams. You didn't do it. You continued to buy the properties and put all this money into things that we don't need. May of 2021, Drainer Road property is on your cabinet meeting, and that's what was important. You talked about threat assessment teams. This was May of 2021, and SROs. Okay, so you kind of know what needs to be done because the EOP updates due again, right? June 2021. Okay, we're still talking about the Drainer Road property. We talked about the needs assessment. What happened to the threat assessment? What happened to all the other stuff that get dropped? Almost done. July 8th, 2021. Threat assessment memorandum of understanding with the sheriff's office talking about the joint threat assessment teams that are supposed to be being done. July 2021. There's your joint memo of understanding. Nobody knows about these documents. You all knew you're supposed to have a threat assessment team. November 9th, 2021, just days before the shooting. You talked more about the purchase of the properties, right? And you deferred the EOP discussion and safety discussion to a different meeting because it wasn't important, all right? October 2021, then you've got these projects and priorities. This is your own memo here. And furniture, buying additional 40 acres off the Drainer Road. That was your priority, right, just before the shooting. I'll talk about the safety stuff, I guess, when I come back for that. But I'm going to leave you with this. Your purchase on here that you're doing more, $7 million more with this Drainer Road property is absurd. We don't need it. It's irresponsible, it's unsustainable, and it has no tangible benefit to the district students. Stop. Sell the property, put the money back into the students, start focusing on district students and safety, and stop spending the money the way you're doing. It's ridiculous.
Thank you. All right, moving down the agenda to number 6, our consent agenda. You'll see in the packet that we have the minutes from the February 13th special meeting, the February 13th closed session meeting, the February 13th regular meeting, the February 17th special meeting, and the human resources update. Take a motion for that. Colleen?
Sure. Move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have support? Mary? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, item number 7, superintendent's report.
Well, I have none.
Okay,
Safety report, we got it at the beginning.
okay. Board of Education matters. As we talked about last meeting in the 2024 MASB Board of Directors, we had passed out information on the candidates for our district, and they were listed again on there, and I don't know if someone has a motion they'd like to propose. Mary?
Move to appoint Birgit McQuiston to the 2024 MASB Board of Directors.
Do I have a support? Amanda? Any discussion? I would like to say that I did take time to watch the videos and read the profiles. I have met Birgit in person as well. She is actually a Lake Orion School Board member, and I think I would wholeheartedly support her as our Region 8 rep for the MASB Board of Directors. So I don't know if anybody else has comments on that stuff.
Same thing, she does a lot of work at Oakland County School Board Association. She has for years, in addition to the Lake Orion spot. She has put a lot of time in, done a lot of things. From a legislative standpoint, she really knows what she's doing, so I support her as well.
Great. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We'll submit that to MASB. All right, Oxford High School field trip request. We have a few on here. We have the Oxford High School robotics team. Well, can't talk, I apologize. Team 2137 to Lake City High School in Lake City, Michigan, March 8th through the 10th. OHS Robotics Team 2137 to First Michigan State Competition in Saginaw Valley, April 4th through the 6th, and the robotics team to Worlds through Houston. Do we have someone from robotics here if we had questions? Any coaches?
I haven't been active this year.
Okay. All right, and then there's also a field trip request for OMS and OHS choirs camp in Fenton, Michigan in 17. It looks like the only one we're being asked to vote on today, just due to the timeliness of it, is the March 8th through the 10th, which is to Lake City High School for the robotics team 2137. And so, someone want to make a motion so we can have a discussion, a proper discussion? Sure. Heather?
Move to approve the OHS Robotics Team 2137 field trip request to Lake City High School, Lake City, Michigan, March 8th through 10th, 2024.
Do I have a support? Mary? Any discussion on this one?
Do we know if is that just a bus ride, or what are we actually?
They'll go by individual cars. They'll go by individual cars. This event, this is one of the two district events, right, two district events that they attend. Lake City, and they'll also be at Troy too, which doesn't involve travel. But this one, we have parents driving. They have, it's not we anymore, I used to be with the team. They have parents driving and usually carpooling.
Yeah, and I have the request here, Mike, if you want to see it, but it is private auto.
I was like, so there's no cost to this, right? It's just approving of the, is my understanding?
They usually cover all the costs themselves, any of the food or travel or any of that. They do get donations through CTE for other parts of the program, but those aren't. In the past, they had not been used for any travel expenses, so the families bear their own expenses.
I just have one question or comment. Has it been the board's practice of recent to grant overnight vacation or overnight field trips when we just get the information, or do we usually? In the past, we used to get it a couple weeks ahead.
Depends on the timing of when we receive it.
Okay.
We have done it when there's been short notice between
Yeah. Okay.
the field trip request and the dates of travel.
Okay.
Just because as a parent perspective from planning,
Yeah.
it's nice to have as much head-up notice as needed.
Okay.
But
All right.
the other ones that are on here for later in April and September will come back to the next meeting.
Perfect. Thanks.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, go ahead and approve that one. We can ask. All right. Item number C, the Board of Education Leadership Code, is just as a summary of how we arrived at the leadership code. Back in January, we had taken a board self-assessment. We reviewed that at a special meeting, board retreat per se, in March on the 7th, or February on the 17th. And we were not able to complete it during that training session because we also had superintendent training and some other items that we were covering. And what we did was then turf it to our governance committee, which then met very quickly to finish up the writing of it. So I hope all of you got a chance to review it. Amanda, Heather, and I completed it. We're looking for feedback on it, and if you approve of it, then we'll bring it to the next meeting for formal approval. But it was posted to the board packet, so you had time to read it. So if there's any questions, comments, we did a lot of changing to the initial leadership code in our initial discussions on that February 17th meeting. We wanted it to be clearer, more concise, direct, and meaningful. we recognize that leadership does start at the top, and we have to start with our own code of conduct and how we practice here as leaders of this district. Okay. All right. If you have any edits before the next meeting, send them to the governance committee members, and then we will update them. Otherwise, we will vote on it at the next meeting, and we will sign it into act. So. Good. All right, number 9, finance and operations, Mr. Barna. Oh, we'll part with Patty with nutrition services, sorry.
My name is Patty Solori. I'm the food service director here at Oxford Schools. I'm very thankful tonight for the opportunity to be here and showcase our food service department. I'm going to start at some basic things because I don't know how much you know about food service. When I started in food service 25 years ago, all of our food was made at the high school and satellited over to all the other schools. The quality was not very good. Now we have operating kitchens in all 7 of our buildings. We feed Bridges High School out of the middle school. We feed OELC out of Oxford Elementary School. And we even have an app where our OVA can order meals from the high school and we run them over. But the kids have to be in the lab to participate in our program. I became the director in 2020. It was a rough year. That year when we came back from COVID, we were doing breakfast in the classroom. And it worked so well, we decided to keep it. So the way that works is, and it varies a little bit, but the kids come in and go straight to their classroom, and the teacher has a roster, and she asks who wants breakfast, and checks it off. And 2 students bring reusable grocery bags down to the kitchen and hands my staff the roster, and they fill the bags and send the 2 little kids back. And my staff wait till later in the day to charge those kids. Otherwise, if we tried to get them all through the line, it would really cut into the learning time. So that's why we opted to do it that way. It really works well. On that roster that she sends down, they also order their lunch. At the elementary level, we have 4 lunch choices a day. Nobody else in Oakland County has that many choices. I have a daily special, a Bosco stick, chef salad, or a pretzel boat. I thought about taking the pretzel boat off, but I think the kids would be very upset. It's a very popular option. So, my staff gets the daily count that way, and that's how they know how many meals to prepare. I always have them pad the first choice about 20, and the rest of the choices between 5 and 10, because as we know, little kids change their minds, and they're allowed to here. If there's leftovers, then my staff is able to sell them as second entree. At all 5 of our elementary schools, there are cold bars featuring fresh fruits and vegetables. I've seen pictures on social media, and you've probably seen them too, with the caption, "Don't you wish school lunches looked like this?" Well, rest assured they do here at Oxford, because this picture is actually a Clear Lake Elementary School bar. At our secondary level, we have these baskets at every register. Students are encouraged to help themselves to a wide selection of fresh fruits and vegetables offered daily. You see that blue applesauce there? The rest of those are fresh fruits and vegetables, but they love that blue raspberry applesauce, so that is in there. In 2010, Congress passed the Healthy, Hunger-Free Kids Act, and the goal of that was to reduce childhood obesity. To assist with that goal, they required every student to choose a fruit or a vegetable to make their lunch a reimbursable meal. The federal government gives money to subsidize the cost of the meals as long as the student chooses all the required components. I often get questioned as to why students have to take a fruit or vegetable when I know they're not going to eat it. That's why. It's mandated. Since the student is required to select a fruit or a vegetable to make it a meal, I try to offer the nicest options I can and many options so that they will find something that they will eat. As most of you are aware, in July 2023, Healthy School Meals for All Michigan went into effect. It was approved for 1 year only, so we're waiting to see if it's going to continue. This allows every student, GK through 12th grade, 1 free breakfast and 1 free lunch per day. I'm grateful that the students that have food insecurities get meals they need, and I'm also happy that this has encouraged students who didn't normally participate in our program to benefit as well. In school year 18-19, we served less than 20% of our student population for breakfast and about 40% for lunch. That was a very successful nutrition program. So much so that the former food service director was awarded Director of the Year for the entire country. Last year, in 2023, we went back to people having to pay for their meals after it was free at COVID. And we only served about 11% of our student population for breakfast and about 33% for lunch. That was still considered a healthy program. This year so far, we have served 43% of our student population breakfast and 66% lunch. This is a very healthy food service program. I didn't think the graph did a very good job of showing what I was talking about. And so I took the data from August of 2022 to February 2023 and then compared it to this school year, August to February. So last year, we served 73,439 breakfasts. This year, we have served 865 breakfasts. For lunches last year, 215,154. For lunches, 305,133. That's an increase of 906 breakfast meals per day and 885 lunch meals per day. Broken down by school, we are serving 130 additional breakfasts and 120 additional lunches per day per school. So if you divide that, it is equivalent to 4 classrooms of 30 students. That's how much our lunches have increased this year. I have a wonderful food service staff, and they are working incredibly hard. I am very proud of them. They're doing a wonderful job feeding so many students nutritious meals. Food service at every district is notorious for being short-staffed. Since the nationwide labor shortage began, it's only gotten worse. Last week, I had 9 applicants. I was so excited. Of those 9, I had 2 interviews. The other 7 never returned my call. Out of those 2 interviews, not one of them showed. Out of the 13 that left, 4 took other jobs here at Oxford Schools. 4 had family matters or moved away out of the district, and 2 retired. Currently, we have 2 open positions at the high school and 1 open position at the middle school. The food service supervisor and the district van driver work in the kitchens every day. In the 25 years that I've been here, the former directors, I saw them work in the kitchen 2 times. I work in the kitchen about twice a month. But I like that. I like to see the kids, so it's okay. Oxford Food Service offers many benefits, even though our employees are all part-time. We have 12 paid holidays, 1 earned sick day a month that can be used towards any unpaid break for continuity of pay. a shoe allowance, I pay for their uniforms, and we pay for them to be fingerprinted and trained on the job. That's more benefits than any of the surrounding districts offer. This is the perfect job for a stay-at-home mom or recently retired people looking to get out of the house. Sometimes, though, being a lunch lady is not what they thought it would be. It is very hard work. And so we have had some substitutes resign this year as well. Out of the subs we do have, a lot of them only want to work 1 to 3 days a week. And that's their choice, being a substitute. Part of the balance I'm juggling is trying to offer meals that students want and will eat, and offering quick, easy meal options to speed up the lunch lines, all while staying compliant with state regulations. We really try to make adjustments throughout the year to continue to try to improve. I have monthly staff meetings to listen to their suggestions, and I try to implement their ideas to improve lunches and serve the students faster. I do periodic spot checks at the schools, at the kitchens, making sure that the meals are served in a timely manner with the high quality that I expect. On February 1st, 13th, and 14th, I visited Oxford Elementary and timed the lines, how long it took the kids to get through. From the first kid to the last kid in the 5th grade group, they had them through in 5 minutes. I thought that was really good. And I timed them three times just to make sure. Amy, my food service supervisor, did the same thing here at Lakeville. And she timed them on February 13th at 5 minutes and 17 seconds. And I thought that was really good too. When I do the periodic spot checks, I always stop by the office. I've been here for 25 years, so I know a lot of the staff here, if they've been here a while. I stop by the office always to ask how things are going, if they're hearing anything, so that we can make sure we're doing the best that we can in the kitchens. The changes that I've had to make with feeding the volume that we're feeding, I did not want to make these changes, but I didn't have a choice. I had to eliminate hot breakfast items. They still have 2 options, and they always have a fresh fruit option. But I couldn't keep up with the volume and have them do hot breakfast items. Taco Tuesday was one of their favorites. They got 2 soft tacos. We can't do that anymore. It's too labor intensive and it takes too long to serve. They do more walking tacos than nachos. They love nachos. But with walking tacos, it's a bag of chips. They don't have to put the chips on the plate and they don't have to scoop the cheese. The kids seem to like those. I just don't like it that I have to make these changes. I had to replace Lay's French toast with prepackaged. 2 days a week at the middle school, we made fresh breakfast sandwiches. They loved it. But our breakfasts are getting up near 400, so we just couldn't do that anymore. So we had to do prepackaged breakfast sandwiches. To speed up the line here at Lakeville, I even moved their cold bar out in the cafeteria because it was taking them a long time in line trying to make their choice from all those fresh fruits and vegetables. There are pre-order options at the high school and the middle school. It's a really nice app and I have the information at the end. And the meal can be ordered in the morning. It has to be ordered by 8:15, but it can be ordered up to 5 days in advance. And that meal is made and packaged and charged, and they come right to the front of the line and pick that up. It is not used. At the middle school, not at all. And at the high school, not too much either. Maybe 30 per run. We've implemented a lot of grab-and-go items that they just pick up the box and it has a pre-made wrap and a fruit and a vegetable in it. And that has sped things up, but not as much as I would like. So when I get full staffed, these are some of the changes that I want to make. I have some goals, and I would like to use our substitutes as a 3rd person at the elementaries. to help with serving. We were able to do that last week. We had 2 subs here at Lakeville, and it just took the pressure off my workers. They just had a little bit of support. That was very nice. I would like to open a deli line at the middle school. We would offer made-to-order sandwiches and salads, and I think the kids would really like that. I think that would be a popular choice, and so then it would cut down on the other lines and make them go faster. I have a snack shack at the high school on the other side of the cafeteria that I have not been able to open this year. And when I have full staff, I will open it, and we will sell fast food out of it and more grab-and-go options to make the lines go faster. And there's the information on NutriSlice, the app for pre-ordering, and you can also see the menus on NutriSlice. And there's my information if anybody wants to get a hold of me. And Amy Bellamy is the food service supervisor. You have any questions?
I do. Want to start? So going back to the side where things that you've been forced to change just because of some of the staffing conditions that we face and the increased volume, is the goal to increase staffing since the volume of food going out is? So say if you always had 2, I think you're saying at the elementaries, but we know it's from 40% to 66%. Are we looking to always have 3 instead of a substitute? And then same for bringing back some of the kids' favorites, because I'll tell you, the kids, they talk about the food every day when they come home. They do love it.
Oh, good. I would love to bring back some of their favorites, and I have added some. I tried to add a position at the high school. It went for a little while. It was somebody that could come in the afternoon, and she would get everything set up for the next day. And that was great, but she didn't stay very long. So ideally, with serving as many kids as we're serving now, if this continues, yes, I would like to have 3 at every, there's one at elementary, Leonard Elementary would not need 3, but the rest of them, even if it's a 2-hour position, just to help with serving and cleaning up afterwards. I would like to make them all 3 people.
So the governor did propose it in the budget, so I envision, and there's some legislation moving through to formatively make it not just a budget item anymore, where it's up for debate. If that legislation goes through, then it will just be guaranteed annually that this would be a continued program. So I look forward to seeing how we plan for that. So, does anybody else have questions?
I had a comment. So, the lines have always been a challenge at the high school, and even more so now. I know, but you can get the app on your phone, so it's just like Starbucks.
Yes.
So you can order through the app and just walk in and pick up your lunch.
The only thing we offer for pre-order are made-to-order sandwiches, salads, and made-to-order stir-fry. So those are the options, but those are our longest lines. Even though we have NutriSlice, we timed it at the high school. Kids are waiting 24 minutes in line for the deli line. So if I could do some grab and go across the cafeteria, I think that would speed that up too.
I'm getting hungry now. Okay.
Just, great, thanks for the report. It was super interesting, and I know you guys work really hard, and it's always been a challenge. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
Something else interesting that I heard when I think this was in Washington, is some of the other challenges that schools face with food service and being able to get local foods and being able to work with vendors who will give you the foods that are required to be sold in schools because they're not commercially viable necessarily, just because of the way the regulations that have to be followed for food that's sold in schools. So that was really interesting too. There's a whole lot more to it than just ordering stuff from Cisco. Right. Yeah. Thank you for your hard work.
Amanda. Yep. One more. You're not done yet, sorry, Patty.
One more.
There's a lot of us up here. We love food.
So we just had the coffee chat meeting, and this was actually one of the main topics brought up. So one, I want to thank the community members for coming to that. It was a great discussion. But two, I want to ask a couple things to bring some more clarity. And we did learn how hard food service works, and the job is very demanding. Do you have ideas or things that you would like to see from the district to make sure that we are appreciating those employees, that they don't feel that they're any less than any other employee here in the district?
That's a great question, and I was going to put that in here. We feel very supported by this district. We really do. And I talked to my staff about it. I do things like I take them donuts if they're having a hard day. We had shirts made for them, different things we do to appreciate them. And the thing I love the most about the support is at a lot of other districts in the surrounding areas, food service is looked at like second class. It's not at Oxford, and I just really appreciate that. So, and I get letters from people, and I do share them with my staff how much they're appreciated.
Does that answer your?
It does. Thank you very much. And one of the parents brought up, which was very interesting, I didn't confirm with Brian, but she had looked at all of our retention rates over the past year and said that 25% of all staff that has left has been from food services specifically. So do you also have ideas for support to retain staff that you would feel more supported by the district?
Food service has always had a lot of turnover. Like I said, I've been here 25 years, and I don't ever remember it being full staffed. We joke that it was full staffed one day. I think people come in, like moms come in, because it's only like 3.5 hours a day, and as their kids move up in the school, they find full-time jobs, parapros and things like that. I wish there was something I could do to keep my people.
Okay. One more for clarification. What is the actual policy on seconds for lunch? I'm hearing there might be some food waste, or it's not maybe consistent across the buildings. Can you give us an idea of what that is?
Like I said, the second entrees are only extra. They don't cook more in case kids want second entrees. And I forgot to mention, they are not free. They get one free lunch, and so they have to pay for the second entree. And we are always happy when they get the second entree and we don't have waste. But for kids who can't buy a second entree, they are always welcome to have all the fruits and vegetables that they want. I checked with every school, and they all do seconds as time permits or as the food holds out.
Sure. Okay, last one. Are all your employees trained with vector training and threat assessment? Is that standard?
They have to do that before they can even work one day.
Perfect.
Also, something that's implemented at Oxford that is not implemented anywhere else, I make all of my staff, my kitchen leads, go through allergy training. There's so many more food allergies than there ever were, and all of my kitchen leads are certified in allergy training.
Great. Thank you so much.
Anything else?
No, thank you, Patty, for coming. Appreciate it. All right, Sam, Drainer Road.
Good evening. I want to again say thank you to Patty and your team. You're fantastic. They're fantastic. You're such hard workers, as we discussed. There's a lot of challenges, as we discussed, and you know what? You are the right leader to take these options that are out there and formulate a path to making things better, and we're going to do that. And so I just want you to know how appreciated you are. So thank you, team leader staff. Tonight we're going to discuss the Drainer Road main building renovation project. And what I'm asking for this evening is a change order for some very specific items. But I first want to bring you to what's in the board packet, and obviously what's on the screen right now. And that is the makeup of what the board had approved back in the fall as the original budget. It was $4.178 million. In addition to that, we had some buyout savings. And so what that means is when PCI Daily, who is here tonight as well, represented our construction manager, when they bid out all of the subspecialties for this remodeling project, because of their expertise, they have an idea, a rough estimate of what these are, depending on, again, the specialties. When the bids came in, some of them were less than their original budget. So what they did is they passed that savings on to us. And that is the $80,000, a little over $80,000. So the board approved the budget of 4.178. We also had that $80,000 that they gave back to us to help us with change orders and other items that may come up. So in addition to those two figures, we also had total allocated for change orders, all 1, 2, and 3 above. So there's allowances of $126,000. We have misspoke, I apologize. $126,000 of allowances that were originally in what the board approved. We had a contingency, which you always do for any construction job, of $117,000. And then we had the buyout savings. Those 3 items together represented the $323,000 that were available for change orders originally. The change orders came in a little bit under that, so we had about less than $10,000 left over from the original budget per se to use for anything beyond last week's activities. We're approximately, in my opinion, put you guys in the spot, we're about 60% complete, you think, of the project? What would you estimate on a percentage?
75 or 80.
You think it's that high? Yeah. See, I'm very conservative on the finance side, but so we're very close. We were going to get into this later, but I just wanted to say that we're looking to have the project mostly wrapped up by the end of April. However, there are a few HVAC items that need to be ordered, and that is going to put us back a few weeks because of, obviously, the shipping processes as well. So the tentative finish date for this entire renovation of the main building is mid-May. Going back to the screen, I'll go to the next page. So again, we have about $10,000 still from the original, if you will, including the buyout savings left over from last fall, what was approved, to the change order that I'm requesting tonight. That's again primarily why we're here, not just to provide you an update. And what that represents is an HVAC change order that was not originally in the proposal for the bidders in the bid package when they bid it out last fall. And what the state fire inspector found when the building was originally created was that the Romex, or electrical, was improperly placed in the ceiling within the entire approximately 58,000 square foot building. So it was against code back when the building was created back in 1998. We have to correct that. And so obviously this isn't a residential structure. There was approximately 60 individual rooms for the nuns back when the building was created. Each of those had, their own bathroom. All of those had to go. And so there's obviously been substantial changes to make room for the exciting programs that are going in. Loft is excited. The students are really excited to come in. The teachers are excited. Obviously, we have our Bridges program, which has been at the middle school. The kids are super excited for their new space. And obviously, our virtual academy. We've been leasing for the last 7, 8 years or longer and spending approximately $200,000 a year for the landlord for lease space. So I'm personally excited to have them move But more importantly, it's all about the kids. They're excited to have a new space as well. So I think there's just a lot of anticipation building up amongst our students and staff to move into this building. So I'm really excited about that. But going back to the ask tonight, again, that Romex is the big ticket item, as you can see from here. We think that it behooves us to ask for an additional amount of contingency on top of those 2 change orders so that we don't have to come back to the board should something else arise. It's basically like a little bit of insurance, and we feel that there's still some things, even though there's, maybe you said 75–80% complete, we still have, after we're all finished, final inspections. Something could come up from final inspections. We also are planning to hook up to the township's water. That's also one of the asks tonight as well. By hooking up to the water, obviously we're on a well right now. I mean, that's going to be consistency, it's going to be good quality. We're excited to do that, and we hope we get approval to do that, obviously. But what is the question mark is that from the pump house that's located on our property, the line's already coming from Drainer Road on our property underground, the main water line. But what we don't know is the integrity of the water pipe beneath the ground from basically the pump house to the inside of the building. And it's probably 100-foot plus run. So we're going to do, if we get approval, we're going to obviously have testing done and do a pressure test to ensure the integrity of that water line underneath the ground. If it isn't sufficient, we're going to have to use some of those funds in that contingency that we're asking for tonight in order to make it work appropriately. So that is why that is there. So again, that $206,581 is, again, the change order that I'm asking for tonight, one of them. And then that total then from fall would go to a $4.385 million construction budget under control of PCI. So that is the first thing that I wanted to mention to the board. The other items that we did not have get control over to PCI Daily because we wanted to save some dollars. Obviously, as you know, I'm a finance guy, and so I'm always looking at pinch pennies as well, where I can. And so not that they don't have the expertise, they certainly do, but I also don't want to pay fees on things that we can do in-house. So obviously we have architectural fees beyond what I just said. Those are first and foremost. We have structured cabling, which was presented to you previously. We have the security cameras, licenses, and card readers, which is what you see here. I know we have mass notification system that we have across the district. This is going to be included. This is, basically it's going to be a 58,000 square foot school building, about the size of an average elementary school. An average elementary school today, in my opinion, I shouldn't ask the experts, in my opinion, you're going to spend $20–25 million on a brand new building to build it. So we're getting a good bargain here, in my opinion, and we're getting some good utilization out of the space. Water sewer tap fees, what I mentioned earlier, this is a separate item on the list, $107,616. This is paid to the township. This is based upon REUs, which are residential equivalent units. The Catholic organization that owned the property prior, they did purchase 13 REUs for sewer, but they never purchased and they never hooked up, obviously, the main water line. They were comfortable using the well. This $107,616 is an estimate based upon the REUs and the dollars that the township charges per REU, which are $6,075 per REU. So there was 14.82 REUs that they're assessing us for the main water line. The nuns already paid for, the Catholic organization already paid for 13 REUs, as I mentioned, for the sewer. So we owe an additional 1.82 for the recalculation based upon the new building usage for sewer. That totality, in addition to a $5,000 estimate for a water meter, culminates in the $107,616 ask tonight to hook up the water main. Now, there are two items on here which are unallocated thus far. In other words, I still haven't bid anything out. It's still open to changes that we can make depending on what we have left over in the budget. This is all coming from the capital project fund, as we've discussed previously. It's furniture and a parking lot renovation. So there's $500,000 of that $5.6 million, at the minimum, $500,000, that is yet to be allocated and obviously brought to the board for approval. So I just want to be very clear about that. So in totality, this is beyond the purchase price of the property, which again, that was $2.5 million. We purchased the property, as a reminder to everyone, back in June of 2021. This 5.6 then would be in addition to doing all of this work that we just mentioned, I just mentioned tonight. So, is there any questions that anyone has in regards to these items specifically?
Yes. So quick question. So raising it to 206 plus some of the other fees, what will that leave us in the capital budget fund for break-fix items?
Yeah. So our audit showed as of June 30th, 2023, we had $5.964 million off the top of my head. This would leave, if all comes to fruition, and if the board and the bids come back and we end up spending this quote-unquote $500,000 that we have for a potential parking lot renovation and furniture, which I still think we're going to be going back to this and fine-tuning this. This is just a placeholder, if you will. That being said, to answer your question, there's going to be a little over $200,000 left in the capital project fund, still available for other items, even unrelated to the Drainer Road property. That is, again, to be clear, if this additional $500,000 is indeed spent the way that we have it allocated thus far.
And what do we have in the budget for break-fix items for this academic year outside of the capital budget fund?
We have our general fund that's been paying for much of our buildings as they've done in the past. So to answer your, I'm sorry?
In the 5-year budget projection, we have 500,000 a year, each year.
That's the projection, but for this year, I have to look at our numbers to see what those numbers are for this year. I don't have that answer on the top of my head, unfortunately, but again, historically, we have not used this that's why the capital project fund was built up over the last several years. Obviously with the growth of OBA, as a reminder, in our shared time program, we were able to contribute from the general fund into this. What a financial blessing that has been. Many districts can't say that they've been able to do something like this. Many districts are dropping enrollment. We were growing enrollment. So we've definitely had some good years in the past. So very fortunate that we were.
Do we have any immediate items that we need to be worried about breaking in buildings?
Is that a trick question?
It is.
So we always have things that break. And so there are items on our capital project list which have a shelf life. Translation, things can go at any time. It's a difficult question for me to answer off the cuff because yes, there is a list. And there are items that we are aware of that either are currently being fixed and they're in our budget. And there are items that we don't have the budget for that we know down the road we are going to have to fix. So I hope that answers your question without putting a financial figure on it, because I don't know off the top of my head. But it's not small. We have many buildings in this district, and many of them are older. And we've been doing a good job the last several years. The district's residents have given us the opportunity through prior bond passages and sinking funds to do the best we can and keep up and keep our word and do the best we can with those dollars, and we've done that. But just like your house, it gets old every day and things happen. No different than these school buildings.
Does anybody else have questions?
I just want to add to that. So I know this year is out, but remember in the 5-year projection, we have 500,000 a year. So in the 4 years going forward.
Can't hear you.
In the 4 years going forward. What's the matter with this? Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I said in our 5-year projection, in the 4 years going forward, there's $500,000 a year.
set aside for emergency facility maintenance kinds of issues. So that's 2 million over the next 4 years. But if you recall, the thing that we've lost is the sinking fund sunsetted in 2022. And that sinking fund brought you $996,000 a year. We estimated that if you ever get it back, it will bring you about 1.2 million a year if you're ever bringing it back at the same level that it was before. And that's how you really did begin to do things like new turf on a football field, or a new diving thing in a swimming pool, or redoing all of your tracks. Those are really big projects that take millions. Those are the kinds of projects the $500,000 a year won't cover, but should hopefully cover your roofs, your boilers, HVAC systems, those kinds of things that need to be turned over as they break, or as they get near the point where they need to be replaced. But for big ticket items like press boxes and stadium turf and those kinds of things, there is now money in the projection to do those things.
Does anybody else have questions? Amanda?
I do, just real quick. When you had in here that there was going to be, was it 50,000 in contingency?
That's what we're asking for, yes.
Right, in case of the integrity of the pipes, right?
The water pipe underneath, so in back of the main building, where the garbage pickup is, it's obviously concrete. That is where the main water line runs into our building. But it's capped inside of our basement in our building, so there is no water meter or anything. Since the building, I mean, it's relatively new, 1998, but at the same time, it's a pipe underneath the ground. We don't know the integrity of that pipe.
Right.
And until we do water pressure testing on that pipe, we won't know whether it's good or bad.
Have you received an estimate for, I mean, say worst case scenario, say it's not good and you know that you'll need to do X, Y, and Z to make it. Do you have any sort of estimates of what that would cost? Would the 50,000 contingency cover that, or no?
We talked about it actually a little bit last week, PCI and I, the representatives, and they felt comfortable with me asking for this additional amount of money that would cover that. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, guys. And I apologize.
It would cover almost anything with that pipe.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we're hoping that we don't have to use it. And if we don't have to use that 50 grand, then it's not going to be used in the capital project fund. Just like the 350 for the parking lot, that's just an estimate, right? Just like the furniture estimate. Again, if I don't have to spend this money, I won't. I just want to be upfront with everyone and just say, these are what we are just putting as a line item, just so you have an idea. Okay?
Thank you.
Any questions? All right. So on the agenda is a motion to approve the additional $206,000, if someone wants to read it. Mary?
Move to approve an additional $206,581 of budget for change orders and additional contingencies for the remodel work at Drainer Road.
Heather is support. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Additionally, on the agenda was what Sam talked about with the water tap fee. And I don't know if everyone saw this in the agenda, but the REU's estimate that was in there from the township. So if someone wants to read that. Amanda?
Move to approve the water tap fee of $107,616.
Support. Mike? Any other discussion? James?
Hey, Sam, on the, what the township estimated us, the REU, does that ever change, or is it like a set, I'm just looking here sideways, sorry, as I kind of look on the thing. Does that ever change? Do they reevaluate that down the road, or if they look at our school year, I mean, considering what they quoted the Dominican sisters full-time living there versus what we're doing, you know, and stuff, I just was curious if that price would ever change, or we'd get a rebate on that from them.
So the dollar per REU does not change.
Okay.
I believe that, and I don't know their procedure for reevaluating. I don't want to speak for them.
Okay.
I just know that's what the current fee is per per REU. Now, the calculation that they do is based upon the square footage that we have of the building, the square footage that we're anticipating for usage. So I sent them all of our drawings.
Okay.
I sent them all of the classrooms and the labs and the spaces that are going to have, obviously, the offices for those 3 programs as well. And so they did the calculation, I reviewed it, and again, this is where it landed. So I don't know if that answers your question, but again, I don't know the process of them changing their dollars per REU. Yeah.
Thank you.
And this is just this is a one-time fee.
It is.
Right.
So, yes. I mean,
And
again,
we knew that when we were buying the property, that it was on the well water. And
That's correct.
we were fully aware of all this.
100%.
Yeah.
You know, again, and I would assume that, we assumed back in the day that they didn't want to do it because of the cost associated with it, obviously, And so, it would behoove us, in my opinion, to get off well water and go on. So.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Thanks, Sam.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right. Item number 10, school and safety operations. The first one on there is the mass notification system for the Drainer Road. We have the quote here. We had it last time on the agenda, so I'll take a motion. Heather?
Move to approve the purchase of the mass notification system from Eagle Security for the total amount of $39,993.
Support, Colleen?
Sure. Support.
Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
James took a step away, so any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, quarterly safety update. Dr. Williman.
Good evening again, and this is your quarterly safety update. We'll start first with items from the ongoing recovery plan. I have the items posted in there, and then I'll add information to that. So the first thing is conducting building and vulnerability assessments as shared during my other 2 safety updates. We're using 8 different tools combined into one, so it is a pretty large task. They are being completed this week, and then I'll start meeting with principals next week. Those meetings are all scheduled already. We did have our door audit, our intruder drill occurred on the 22nd. None of our buildings were able to be breached in any way, shape, or form. All entrance points that go into the front office or the secure vestibule were met with someone who asked what their purpose was for being there. So it was an excellent review of all of the procedures. The auditor did want to highlight 2 campuses and specifically named Alicia Bebow and Matt Conquest from Clear Lake as Alicia wanting to know why that person was there, but additionally like being professional and welcoming at the same time. So having that stern yet approachable. So if we had someone coming out that did have legitimate business to be there, that person commented that they were very confident in what she was doing, as well as the communication between the Clear Lake team, as they did notice someone on campus. Additionally, the same could be said for Oxford Middle School. Specifically, Bob Backlund was named, and the communication over the radio, which I can hear, I knew what door they were going to. So not only did the auditor highlight that, but I could hear him saying, oh, he's going to this door now, he's going to that door now, and signal him to the front office. So overall, that independent evaluation went very well, because all of our campuses had their doors secured as they were supposed to, and multiple doors were checked. So that went well. I have been meeting with principals along the way. They've been working on this assessment, and we did review it in January, December and January as part of the principals meeting in December before they started with the tool. We went over it, and then in January I met with them to just see what questions, concerns they had, and then select principals have asked along the way for some assistance. Daisha specifically, because hers is the largest, because you're looking at an auditorium, a stadium, auto shop, and things like that. There are other components that an elementary school isn't going to have to do. And so it's been not just the principals that have been able to undertake this, so it'll be a good review for them, and it's been good conversations as well. So far, what we have seen just from that preliminary data, and during my next one, My next safety update, I'll be able to share what the district safety committee has to say about that when we meet in April. But preliminary data is more just things like now that Tony Sarkins has retired and he normally housed those documents, where did they go? Are they still with the same person? They exist. I know where they are. Who do I send it to? And so it's little tweaks like that. We're not looking at huge items. So the next is adding the 24/7 weapons detection system. DriftNet did not come through. We have tried to work with them. It did not work. It was a great idea. It was a great grant opportunity for us in a budget deficit. So we have been looking at other products, and we will continue to do so. Dr. Markovich and I have met with a number of companies trying to find the right thing that will work for us. And so we will continue to collect performance data on different systems and seek feedback from other companies and districts that are using. The weapons detection dog, Daisy, was recent, because Daisy was not a purchase that I made, it was one I inherited. So one of the things that Jim and I did was ensure that she had an independent evaluation as well, because we want to check what's happening. We had 2 subject matter experts, including a master trainer evaluator. Both are retired handlers from the Southfield Police Department. And what they have determined from that evaluation is she is going to undergo 96 hours of retraining to recertify, just because that is an ongoing thing. And then after that, we will have training that will occur monthly, and then the handler will go and be part of that as well. And that is a weapons detection dog. That is not a bomb detecting dog or a mysterious materials detecting dog. So that's not a dog that would have been used in yesterday's situation. Just to clarify for anyone, a weapons detection dog does not do the same things. We do continue to employ 2 SROs. They are active members of the BTAM teams. There was a screener that was done today, and I was part of a group text message that started that, which then led to a phone call. So they do take an active role in all of our threat assessments and suicide risk assessments as far as access to lethal weapons and any other support they would provide. They support all of the campuses as needed, and then they did present the parent University on cyber safety, and the SROs will attend training. I did require this year that they complete it through the Michigan Virtual Schools. They have an SRO series through there. One of our SROs is already completed with it, one is still working on it. But I did want to highlight training that our SROs have already completed before the beginning of this school year. Both attended the NASRO SRO school, detective school. They both attended CEPLA, which is the School Education and Police Liaison Association Conference. Deputy Barnes is a youth mental health first aid instructor, and they both participate in their required training through the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. So the one that I'm requiring this year is not the only training they've had, it's just a continuous education. They also are active members of our BTAM team meetings, so they are receiving training that way, as well as being trained in threat assessment. The backpacks will maintain the use of that. That was through survey results that we will continue that. Our AED fleet was just audited. Mr. Vernier, in conjunction with the fire department, completed in January an audit, and we are in compliance with all of our AEDs, and any battery that's currently at less than 30% life is being replaced, and all of those materials have already been ordered. Asking parents to acknowledge the safe gun storage as part of the registration process. The Department of Education, through the Readiness and Emergency Management for Schools, just released a new letter for guidance to parents, and so we will be reviewing that in cabinet because it just came out a couple of weeks ago to determine if that's what we need to issue, in addition to the other information that we provide. And now that that law is active, that is something that we need to get that information out. We have referred to any of the registration packets and acknowledgement during our threat assessment and suicide risk assessment process, because if the parents acknowledged it then, but we find there are unsecured weapons, then that's a great moment of education for us and being able to share that. If they did acknowledge it or did not, then we can have that conversation. And then looking at our monthly BTAM meetings with each school, those continue. From feedback from different campuses, received an email last month that said our team felt heard and valued, and we definitely got better today. Another school said we allow for monthly dedicated team collaboration time that otherwise would be difficult to get. Having it scheduled already for the whole year ensures it is on everyone's calendar and increases attendance for necessary staff members. It allows direct questions, feedback, and dialogue to happen between building teams and central office administration. Relatedly, it's invaluable that central office admin are open to feedback on the district process, and we can make necessary changes or updates as teams talk through details, such as our screener. As you all know, we've taken the basic NTAC screener and we've enhanced it to be able to fit our needs, including a checklist, scripts for emails, and making sure that their requirements are met. And then allowing teams to objectively work through table talk exercises to talk through different nuances and scenarios, which allow for dialogue and problem solving to happen preventatively rather than in the moment or during an actual scenario. And so that's just some of the feedback that's been provided. Hosting Prepare One training for new crisis team members. We had our last training on January 15th of 2024. We have over 105 people in the district, staff members that are trained. This is not a training that all staff would have to take due to the nature of what Prepare Workshop 1 and Workshop 2 is, but all ICS command staff and section chiefs have received training on this. And we will continue to do so, and we have an update as far as who is a trainer. I am a trainer for Workshop 1, and then recently Mr. Barlis became a trainer for Workshops 1 and 2, and Bridget Bittner, Mark Suckley, and Todd Barlis are also trainers for Workshop 2. So we'll be able to provide both Workshop 1 and Workshop 2 in-house. And then we'll offer another one before people leave on break, as there are some staff, whether it's 1 or 2, that need to get trained. And that data was shared via superintendent's report. The BTAM training for new BTAM team members. Since I gave the last update where we were 100% trained, we did have 2 new staff members due to some hires. Right now, it wouldn't be effective for me to lead BTAM training for 2 people because part of the discussion is a scenario. So they will be going to Oakland schools on April 3rd for that training, as 3 of us having that discussion isn't going to be as effective as having a true multidisciplinary team. And that's the soonest that Oakland Schools has another training. Otherwise, that is training we would be able to provide in-house. And with that, we will continue to have our condensed version of it, which focuses on the overall process and what to do when you see something, say something, how to report it, where to report it. As I reported before, we've already had trainings for transportation, child nutrition, OELC, central office, and the administrative support team, both secondary and elementary, will be trained next month. And then we'll continue to schedule out other trainings. This is in addition to the vector training. So this is something that is specific for Oxford. And then, as you know, in October, we held a parent university session with Dr. Reeves and the Michigan State Police for OK to Say and threat assessment awareness. Going through our safety trainings, our vector trainings, as Brian Reed reported last month, we're at 99.3%. Alice training is at 99.6%. And then we made that change last month that effective January 2024. Professional and support staff will complete their training prior to their first day of work. So that will then get that to 100%. To add additional training that Fortis has received, because not all of their training will be reflected in this district data, through their company, they have received CPR first aid training. They have their MPOLS qualification, and they went through professional learning in January with Fortis, and that's an ongoing effort that they have. Working through drills, we are continuing our drills and posting our forms as required, and it's something we will continue to do. Myself and Jim, we go through and do evaluations on the different drills and then do quick after actions and just chats, because it's a one-page sheet. We just want to see what's happening, talk about what went well and what we still need to work on. Becoming an ALICE certified organization, I met with Navigate today to discuss why I couldn't access the portal and a button hadn't been pushed. So now that I have access to the portal, I'll be able to upload the documents. So sooner rather than later. I can't give you a date right now. I knew what the requirements were. I've been preparing them, but some of them are their forms. So I have to fill out their forms, and I didn't have the button before, but I do have that as of right when this meeting started. I received an email notifying that. So we do have all of the items to be able to become an ALIS certified organization. What that includes is conducting our drills, having a certified ALIS instructor, which I am. I went to Fenton at the beginning of this month to do that. And then our EOP will have to be uploaded so that they can see that we have ALIS as part of our lockdown protocols. And then we will go through some data. And so I have a few slides on that. The first, I'm going to go back to the okay to say in a second. So the first one is suicide risk assessments. The last safety update I gave was in December. So I gave you data from August to November. So this is December and January solely, and then I'm going to show you August to January. So because of Christmas break, things like that, it's a lot less than it would be as if it was a full month, or we're on a downward trend. So screeners, we can still see that our screeners are outweighing our full assessments, which means our process is working, which means our multidisciplinary teams are gathering and following the procedures, and they're working through the different scenarios. That doesn't mean we have less people reporting. It means our screening process is evaluating things. So in December through January, we had 15 screeners and we had 6 full suicide risk assessments. And we had 100% checks for dangerous instrumentalities, which includes access to lethal weapons. So that brings for the entire school year so far 95, 64 screeners only, and 31 full suicide risk assessments. And then we switched to threat assessments for December and January. We had 11 screeners, 7 full threat assessments, for a total of 18. And then for August to January, we're at a total of 89 with 70 screeners and 19 full threat assessments. And as a reminder, the 2 high priority at Oxford High School were 2 students who were escalating each other. They were not threats to the high school community. We felt at that time, because the behaviors were escalating towards each student, that it was in our best interest to perform a threat assessment. It was not a threat to the entire campus. And then looking at bullying investigation data, this is from August 2023 to January 2024. There's been a total of 18 investigations, 11 at the middle school, 1 at OES, 2 at Clear Lake, 4 at the high school. 1 at the high school was determined to be bullying, and 17 were determined to be not bullying. And then if we go back to OK to Say, we continue to use OK to Say, and we partner with the Michigan State Police to be able to use that as a confidential reporting tool. We continue to remind students, staff, and families. It's on our website. It's posted throughout buildings. It is an effective way for us to receive tips. The Michigan State Police is very quick to call and then follow up with an email with more information. We received a gaggle alert. A student had used their email account to report to OK to Say, but it didn't have all of the information. So we knew the gaggle was coming through, but we didn't know the other part of it. And I said, OK to Say is going to call me, or I'm calling them. And within 5 minutes, I received a call. They were able to chat with that student so we could get the other part of the information. And so that was helpful that we already knew that was coming through. And so it really speaks to how quickly the Michigan State Police is able to respond because it was within a few minutes, and they're constantly improving their practices as well. So being able to also work with the Oakland County Sheriff's Department as needed, as we receive those tips if it needs to go beyond that. And we encourage everyone, no matter what their reporting mechanism is, whether it's a trusted adult, 911, Oakland County Sheriff's Department, our anonymous reporting forms, to report something sooner rather than later when you know of something, so that we can address it as quickly as possible. And so I wanted to spend a little bit of time talking about the emergency operation plans, because there's been some misinformation that's been stated during meetings, and so I want to clarify a little bit about what's in an emergency operation plan and what our compliance is with that. And so the Department of Education defines the emergency operation plan as a document that outlines how a school will prepare, respond, and recover from an emergency. The national preparedness efforts, including planning, are now part of a Presidential Policy Directive 8, which was signed by the President in March of 2011 to describe the nation's approach to preparedness, which is on the screen. Prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. I have received training in how to write an emergency operation plan from the Readiness and Emergency Management for Schools, Prepare Workshop 1, and the Texas School Safety Center. The basic plan, there are 3 components of an emergency operation plan, which includes the basic plan, functional annexes, and threat and hazard specific annexes. And this graphic is from the role of districts in developing high-quality school emergency operation plans, a companion to the school guide. And so you're able to see the different pieces that we have within our emergency operation plans without seeing the physical documents within them. Some of them, when you look at your threat or hazard-specific annexes, they do reference things like hurricanes. That's not something that happens as much here, so we wouldn't put that in ours. But we would definitely have something about winter storms, tornadoes, and things like that. And when you look at your functional annexes, that's where today, when we were talking about the standard response protocol, that's where that would go within an emergency operation plan. And so being able to give everyone a chance to know the basic components of that and the document that can provide more information. Oakland County has adopted Prepare as their school safety and crisis preparedness curriculum, and they're outlining for it. The state of Michigan has provided a template which we use. That template is from 2014, so our EOP is created using the template provided by the state along with Prepare materials. And so there are 2 workshops within Prepare. Workshop 1 covers prevention, mitigation, protection, response, and recovery, and Workshop 2 addresses response and recovery. And like I said earlier, currently we have 2 trainers for Workshop 1 and 3 trainers for Workshop 2. And Prepare stands for prevent, reaffirm, evaluate, provide, and respond, and then examine. And that's where, as we talked earlier during our after action report, that's where those documents came from when we get to that examine piece. There is a law from the revised school code that does outline the basic components that are required to be in the state of Michigan in your emergency operation plan, so that is there for you to be able to see. And the state of Michigan requires that the emergency operation plan is approved by the school board on a biennial basis. The last approval of the Oxford Community Schools Emergency Operation Plan, which is an all-encompassing plan including all buildings and schools, that's what was brought to the board. It was approved in April of 2023, which means all buildings and schools emergency operation plans were included in that approval. And the revised plan will be brought to the board this summer because my department feels that's something we need to do annually, not biannually. And additionally, because of staffing changes and just some additions that we're making to our EOP to enhance it, it is worth bringing it to the board this summer. Typically, on an annual basis, it would be staffing changes or small tweaks. And so the District Safety Committee, this is from the Guide for Developing High-Quality School Emergency Operation Plans. I'm not going to read all of this to you, but it really talks about it's critical that schools work with their district staff and community partners, which includes your local emergency management staff, first responders, and public and mental health professionals or officials during the planning process. And that collaboration really helps ensure the seamless integration of all responders. And as we saw from the event that occurred at the high school, the partnership with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office is evident. So the core duties of the District Safety Committee is to provide the leadership, to provide schools with needed support, facilitate ongoing prevention, protection, and mitigation efforts, to evaluate prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery activities. And this information in a lot more detail is found in Prepare Workshop 1. And it goes through in providing leadership, evaluating the vulnerability assessments, looking at the emergency operation plan, doing tabletops, making available information, training, and resources needed, providing information for drills. We have a wonderful partnership with our police department as well as our fire department who come and help with different drills that we're doing, and even things like coming in, checking our fire extinguishers and checking our leak control kits and things like that, and really working with us. We had the audit on our AEDs, so we do have that partnership with them. They do come into our buildings. Looking at how they can support us and how we can have that common communication, which we talked about the incident command system, we talked about FEMA, having that common language between the 2 groups. So currently on our District Safety Committee, myself, I serve as the chair, the school safety administrator is the co-chair. We have various district leaders, including but not limited to the superintendent, principals, security specialists, transportation, technology, nutrition services, mental health, and communications. We also include all section chiefs from our district ICS chart. Local government officials, including but not limited to the village manager, township supervisor, Oakland County Prosecutor's Office. Community agencies, the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, including our SROs, but our SROs and our security specialists switch the meetings they go to. So if Rourke is at the meeting, Rafalski stays on campus. If Backlund goes to the meeting, Barnes stays back on campus, and vice versa. We have one SRO that goes to the meeting, one security specialist that goes. So if Rafalski is the SRO that's present at the meeting, then Bob Backlund at the middle school, the security specialist goes, and then they switch off to ensure that we still have proper coverage in the buildings during that meeting. So then we also have Oxford Village Police, Oxford Fire Department, the Oakland County Emergency Management, Oxford Township Parks and Recreation, school board members, and parents, but they're wearing dual hats because they're also on here as other roles. The Parent Safety Subcommittee. In May of 2022, we invited parents to complete an application to take part in the Parent Safety Subcommittee. This was in response to the forums and surveys held in the spring of 2022 where many parents expressed an interest in participating in an ongoing discussion about safety. Interested parents were to apply through a Google form, and preference was given to those with safety and security backgrounds. And that's from an email that was sent in May of 2022, as that was before my employment began. The original team had 11 members, and parents were selected from across the district. Since October of 2023, we have added additional spots to ensure that we had representation from each building. Since my employment began in November of 2022, we have held 5 meetings. We'll have our 6th meeting in April. We meet quarterly. The reason for the December and then January meeting was the guidepost report. We were waiting for that to come to schedule our second quarter meeting, so that's why there was less than a month between 2 meetings. At the April 2024 meeting, we are going to talk about the attendance because we have about 4 to 5 parents out of the 12 that are attending. It's pretty consistent on those who do. They are sent reminders. I cannot help who shows up to the meetings. They're sent reminders. That's where we're at on that. We do have the Parent Safety Subcommittee email address, and so anything that's been sent there is forwarded to the committee. We keep that email address as the public facing, as we do not want to share people's private email addresses and contact information. So every email that has been sent to the Parent Safety Subcommittee is forwarded on to the members of the committee. In a partnership with the Emergency Management and Homeland Security Division of Oakland County, we have founded the Oakland County School Safety Consortium. We had our first meeting February 12th of 2023, which combined 13 school districts from across Oakland County. We will be having future meetings where it's broken up by location, where we have a north and a south. There's 28 districts in Oakland County, but we do feel once a year that it is important for all 28 districts to come together. The safety supervisor from Novi will be the southern half of the person who leads the meeting, and I will oversee the northern half, and we will partner with that. We're going to partner with emergency management, local first responders, and mental health resources so that we're able to create that network. And since having that meeting, I can already tell you we've exchanged multiple emails where people have said, we're using this product, what do you think? I have a question about that. And so it's been a great opportunity for districts in this area to be able to come together in a way that we don't normally get a chance to because we tend to be one of one or one of two within a district. So creating that relationship with other districts is very important. What questions do you have?
So, I have a few questions. Hang on, I wrote them down throughout the presentation. I guess we'll start with where you ended in the safety committee. So I know we've published the list of names a few times. Could you do, excuse me, I'm talking, please, thank you. Would you do me a favor and just put it on a one-page FAQ that as people requested, I know it's not published on the website, but it has been given to people in the community, that in what their purpose and role is. I think this is really a great update for us, but we do receive a lot of feedback that this is a point where people feel like they don't have a bridge to it. And understanding what that looks like. And if it's easier to access and inform, it would calm, I think, some of the concerns that people have with it. In addition, when you have your April meeting and you have the participation and the individuals that are electing not to show up on many occasions, are you, as a group, excusing them moving forward?
Yes.
And then will it be a similar process where people can apply from the district buildings that they represent?
Yes.
Because it's my understanding they come from buildings, right? They're parents of different buildings.
Yes, so much like when we sent out the new members that we added 4 members, we sent it to those specific buildings. It wasn't a district-wide call because we didn't need a district-wide.
Okay. All right, so we'll look for that. The other question that I had, and I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of taking time from all you guys, was on the investigations from the bullying and stuff. I know that we had launched the app last year, and I don't think I've heard a lot about it since then, but when I'm with my kids in the school, sometimes I see the posters and stuff. Is there a way that we could bring back, if that's an effective tool, are kids using it, does it work?
Bridget Bittner and I will receive notifications whenever anyone does submit something, as well as the campus principals and their select team to receive that.
Yeah, I just remember when it was first proposed, we were wondering, kids without phones, how they would do it, stuff like that. So just next time, could we talk about that a little bit?
We've added a link within their class link so they can click on it within there. So if they don't have phones, there's still a way to access it.
Great. All right,
And I'll bring more data next time.
I'll allow other people to ask questions now, sorry.
I have one question. Allison, you mentioned the prepare trainers, and you might have mentioned this, but there was a lot of data. When are we scheduled, are we gonna start training our staff? I mean, help me understand how that works.
We have over 105 people who are already trained within the district in Prepare Workshop 1 and/or Workshop 2. The additional trainers, I went over the summer to receive my training. The additional trainers were trained recently at the National Association of School Psychologists Conference. And so we will hold more in the spring, definitely before we leave for summer. And then as new hires come, we'll want to address those. But it's only really meant for those roles within safety or response that would need the specific training. There are components of the training that other people would have, but for example, if you're on the incident command structure and you are an entertainer for reunification, you do not have to sit through the 8-hour training. You would have to receive a short training on what is the role of an entertainer or a greeter or a checker, where there are other section chiefs, if you're the operation chief or you're in charge of scribing, we would ask you to do that. Our reunification leads for the district, Kathy Rasticue and Mark Massey, they receive the full training because reunification is such a key piece in that. So not everyone will receive this training. We'll focus a lot on Prepare Workshop 2, which is that response and recovery, and that's something that Mr. Bartlett and I have been working on. We've been passing out as part of our BTAM meetings this month. There's these great little reminders on how to lead different levels of classroom meetings or group meetings, individual meetings. And so we have them printed on color-coded cardstock and on a key ring. So if someone is put in that where they have to respond, they have that little cheat sheet of how to respond and those good reminders if the script isn't available because they're responding in real time.
Thank you.
The last time that you were here, you had mentioned that the Snap-a-Lee kits were on order and on the way. Are we at full capacity with those at this point?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the ETA for the AED?
Right now, our AEDs are all here that we need. They're installed, they've been checked. Any battery that's less than 30%, we're already going ahead and reordering that.
Okay, so there's plenty of time between.
Yes, and those have already been ordered. So well before their battery goes, we'll have them in place.
Perfect. And then with Daisy, excuse me, considered part of the Oxford Wildcat Pack?
No.
No, so completely
No, because those are
separate.
just therapy dogs.
Okay, so no interface there. And this is just kind of a side question, because Laura is on, who has taken over the Wildcat Pack in the process for that, do you know?
Todd?
Yeah, they've always been mine, so.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Is that all you needed?
Yep, I don't need any more on that, thank you. And then, just to piggyback on Erin's comments on the parent committee, if we could, moving forward, see recommendations, feedback, what is discussed in that committee, that would be very helpful. I don't think I've seen anything as of yet, but I would like to.
Okay.
So if that's a possibility, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any other questions from you guys? Mike? No? Thank you, Allison. All right. Item number 11 on the agenda is unscheduled public comment. Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break. There's a lot of cards here, and I want to make sure that everyone gets proper amount of time. Angela's going to go. No, you're fine. All right, you guys ready? All right. Kara Erskine?
Corey needs to leave earlier, so she can get in Waterford, so I'm gonna let her take my time and then we'll just wait.
Okay, Corey Vanderkay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. All right. So, this is coming from, as a parent of a high schooler. Yesterday, a bad situation became even worse. If the threat was made at 7:05, I understand now that it was read at 7:15. There was still time to alert families and cancel school. It seems like that would have been the best decision and best practice, using a trauma-informed approach which seeks to resist re-traumatization of students as well as staff. I don't understand how withholding information about a bomb threat and then forcing them into a soft lockdown was in the best interest of the students. How does it align with safety being a top priority? How does that decision protect the mental well-being of all the individuals within the building? As school leaders, there is a professional responsibility with honesty and integrity. The first communication to parents only states at 10 a.m. Oxford High School went into a secure protocol due to a threat that has been made from outside the building. Nowhere did it say the threat was received before school started at 7:05 a.m., and it did not mention a bomb. The fallout from yesterday's threat, and every threat, is that it causes a lot of anxiety and panic among students, staff, parents, and families. These reactions are evidence of how our community is still very much on edge, and trusting the school is very much an issue. Just a personal story about how I found out yesterday. I did not receive a text, so I want to find out how I can get on that. I didn't notice an email either, because it went to some other folder. So I actually had to go to like a group chat. And that's when I realized that there was something going on at the school, where I then panicked in my classroom and had tears, and then quickly texted my husband to hurry up and get my daughter. But then I turned around and went on with work. But yeah. These actions are evidence of how our community is still very much on edge, and trusting the school is still very much an issue. I'm especially concerned for those students who were shot and still attend. I'm concerned about the juniors and seniors all having had the repeat exposure to the murder scene over the past 2 years. Because the fact is that only reinforces the trauma and impact, as we are seeing now for many years to come, which seems to be ignored. I would like you to allocate more funding and resources for mental health assistance, and to put as much time into help and recovery for the students who were in the building November 30th as you do for preparing for the next time it happens. Timely notifications of threats at school, I would like that, Waiting 3 hours is unacceptable and damaging. Action and accountability matter. And I'm so sad, I would really like to just run through this list, if you don't mind. So for help and recovery, we would like for currently enrolled students, and I can give you guys this, I'll send you an email, but we would like for currently enrolled students, we would like them to have access and knowledge of all resources available to them on a daily basis, access to use the resources, communication with parents regarding need, use of resources, family-student liaison for mental health and coping responsibilities would be frequent check-ins and relationships, and this to be continued with students and family post-graduation, tutoring if needed or when identified, proactive intervention regarding changes in academia and attendance, assistance obtaining therapy services when needed. I know that's really necessary and needed. And you've done that for the staff, so I'm not sure why that isn't being offered for the students. How to prepare for life after OHS, trauma-informed conversations about how to navigate, continued support, financial and academic and mental health post-graduation for both, and then for both alumni and current students. For admin to focus as much on trauma recovery as they do on trying to prevent the next one. For alumni, a proper memorial, check-ins, which haven't happened, all the funds that are entitled to towards their recovery and whatever that looks like. This includes staff present that day. Do the right thing, file a claim for all 1,600 victims present in the building that day, provide an opportunity to help cover additional therapy, college, trade school, or other educations to ensure these children and staff remain on the right track. You know many that are not, and the data shows that they will struggle and they need support. After MSU experienced their shooting, the school district didn't reach out to their recently graduated alumni to see how they were, and that just, I can't believe that. And so that was their second shooting. And then the board, to demonstrate their plan to intentionally share the lessons learned from the report with other districts. So those are my requests for help and recovery. And,
Thank you, Corey.
And the communities. So, thank you. Thank you for letting me go over time.
Melissa Cree.
Hey. My name is Melissa Cree. I am a school psychologist in our district. I've worked here for 11 years. I'm also a parent of 2 students at Clear Lake and a community member in our district. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but as I sat here, I felt compelled to, and I appreciate the opportunity. As I was sitting in my car before coming in tonight, I had this give and take of if I should wear my badge or not. And it's just very, it speaks to what it feels like, that you put it on and it feels like then you're on one side, but if I take it off, then I'm on another side, and this kind of pull between the division in the community and the responsibilities as a staff member and a parent. I chose to keep it on because I'm proud of where I work, and I'm proud of my teams and the work that's being done every day. And I'm proud of our district as a whole, so I kept it on. I'm an employee. I'm also a parent. As was spoken about in the superintendent search report, our community is very close and it's small. It's one of the reasons I chose to move my family here. I like that, and my husband likes that. It's a strength, and it's also can make things very challenging how close our community is. But I do think it's a testament to this district how many staff members choose to send their students to the district. I don't think that's true in a lot of districts in Metro Detroit. But it also really has impacted the recovery because everybody is very enmeshed as a staff member, but also as a parent and a community member. It's all, the identities are all combined. It's hard to separate. You don't just go home from work because you go home and you're still in the community. On November 30th, I had a DK and first grade student. I was at DA at the time working. My husband chose to come pick up the kids. I felt comfortable leaving them at school because I know school is a safe and happy place for them. He chose to pick up the kids. We immediately, as a staff, started covering the classrooms of colleagues who were high school parents, because that's, as what was said, that's what we do, is we take care of each other. I subbed in first grade so that a teacher could go to Meyer to reunite with her son. My own daughter's anxiety was skyrocketing in the weeks that followed, and she started seeing additional support staff in her building. She thought that they were bad guys in disguise as a 7-year-old. I had a lot of just conversation with my husband and myself of if we should remain living here, if I should remain working here, if I should even remain in this profession. And I looked at job openings, as many colleagues did. I made an intentional decision to stay for a lot of reasons. I also considered, do I want my kids growing up here? This will always be a part of their school experience. They will attend Oxford High School. They will not. That will be connected with their school experience. The answer was yes. The level of support and love that my kids have received from their teachers, social worker, FSL, principal, I hope the people in this room and watching whose kids I have worked with have felt that same level of love and support that my kids get every day. There's a critical shortage in the field of school psychology. There's a critical shortage in the field of all of education. Every employee in this district makes the intentional choice to stay. Any of us could get a job in a neighboring district easily. There's thousands of jobs on any job posting site right now in the field of education. You could even potentially be hired in at the top of the pay scale. Staff choose to stay here, even those of them themselves who have experienced trauma and who are highly impacted, because of the love for the kids, but also because they see some of the work being done to support and try to move the district forward. The community division is not easy. It's hard. I worry about my colleagues. I worry about retention. I worry, will people still be there? Will good people still be there at the high school by the time my kids get there? I appreciate the efforts on staff wellness and retention. I really hope it's enough, and I hope that we can keep the good, hardworking people that we have. I want to acknowledge the work in district that this district has put into the recovery. I'm part of the threat assessment team at my buildings. As has been stated, they've gone up 300% more than average. It's been a lot. That's been a lot. It's been a lot of added training and responsibilities and honestly stress on the job, but I'm also grateful that the district had the forethought to bring Dr. Melissa Reeves in to give us private training as our own district so that we didn't need to be out with other districts as that one district to experience the shooting to get that training. I appreciate that. I feel well trained and well prepared to do that part of my job. I appreciate the increase of mental health support across the district, but especially the full-time FSLs at elementary has been critical. They're working their tails off every day. I appreciate the BTAM and Prepare training that has been provided, because that is national best practice models, and I appreciate that that's what we're following and offering to our people. I appreciate that we're trying to help other districts who are starting to grapple and struggle with moving forward in some of these policies. We're not perfect, but I feel like we're moving in the right direction, and I can confidently say that I would not still be working here if I didn't truly believe that. And I think that's true of a lot of current employees. This experience has changed the trajectory of my career. I hope whatever happens next in my career that I am trying to find a way to use this experience to help others. I'm speaking at graduate courses of school psychology training programs and trying to advocate for threat assessment training at that level and ensuring that it's in the college courses that it was not in. when I attended. I joined a committee, state level, Michigan Association of School Psychologists Mental Health Subcommittee, advocating for threat assessment work and trainings to be done. I think we have a unique voice to help others and a unique experience to help others, and I'm trying to find a way to do that. I really want to speak to, I know Dr. Williman just spoke to the monthly BTAM meetings. I've never experienced a central office director level staff member coming every single month to our individual building to speak to our individual building needs and input. That has been invaluable. To not receive that in an email or on a Zoom or with us coming to central office, but for her and her team to come to us to hear our unique needs. Every building has their own unique needs. And to actively seek the input of those doing the work every day, and not only seek it, but value it and use it to try to improve. It's just something that really adds to a feeling of professional respect and courtesy and trust. I appreciate that that's been part of the recovery. Just wrapping up, I hope everybody knows the dedication and love that staff in this district have for their kids. I see people regularly working evenings and weekends and after hours to try to support kids, because as we all know, the needs don't stop at 4 o'clock, which is when elementary bell rings. That's who I want to work with. I want to be surrounded by people who are putting kids first, and I truly believe the people on my teams are. And I wouldn't be here, and my kids would not be here if I didn't feel like that's what they were receiving every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Rester.
Okay, first I'd like to discuss the threat, the incident that happened here. The thing that really gets me is you keep saying the word credible threat. Credible threat. It wasn't a credible threat. Yes, it was a credible threat. It was a threat. It created a disturbance. It created harm. It created fear. It was a threat. A non-credible threat is one that was misunderstood, like when you had the accidental deployment of your emergency system a while ago. That was a not credible threat, right? It still caused disruption. So your EOP, the training, the state standards, everything, right? It just shows that you're not really getting it. Require you to do a threat assessment, right? It's not credible or not credible. It's the level of threat. Is it a high threat? Is it a low threat? Is it a medium threat? And so your EOP has a bomb set procedure, right? And it requires the district principal to do specific things. And it requires the superintendent and the threat assessment team to actually meet, right? It doesn't say defer it to a law enforcement agency. You're supposed to do it, right? And you're supposed to assess the threat. And so there's the bomb threat guidance, right? In the guidance, it's just super clear. It says, hey, if you get an email randomly to someone that's really known, you know, that they're not really going to get it at a certain point, and it's an email with the threat that's not real specific, it's a low-level threat, right? And you don't go in all blazing and create more trauma to these students. You consult with your threat assessment team, you notify your people, you keep an eye out. This one was supposed to be outside the building. Over and over in these documents, it says email things like this. They're not high-level threats. What do you do for a low-level threat? You assess, right? That's what you do. You assess. You don't go in and do what you did. So, real quick on this money that you've spent. You keep calling it the Drainer Road project, but to this day, we don't know what this project is. Right? All your focus is on. It's not on safety. It's not learning when you're supposed to have searches and lockdowns. So we're at $10 million now between this Drainer Road property and the sandbox south of the high school that we don't need, we don't have a use for. We've got, what, 50 kids in Bridges? We own the administration building, so it's not like we're leasing that. You're talking about OVA rent at $200,000 a month, or a year, right? So why do we have a virtual building? Virtual school needs a building? Why is that? Doesn't make sense to me, right? But you buy $7 million, $10 million right into this property to save some rent, but we now have to maintain it. We have to insure it, right? We have a cemetery we have to keep up. We have all these buildings. For what? All our kids are in our classes now. It's not like we don't have enough space in our buildings. They're partially utilized. Our buildings are too big for the students we have. The student population is going down. It's not going up. You've got all these kind of things that you're bringing in non-district students, but it's distracting from the district students. You're not keeping an eye on them. You're not keeping them safe. You're not making good decisions. Your administrators are spending their time bringing in non-district students. Your job is to the district students in this community. Stop with the stuff. Focus on the district students, right-size our buildings. Half your staff and administration are doing things that aren't for district students. That's not why taxpayers paid for your bond and your sinking fund and the taxes. It's not for non-district students. You're supposed to focus on our district students. We didn't vote to do that. You're taking all this money from the general fund that's supposed to be used for safety and training and mental health experts and all the things you're supposed to do for these students here. And you're buying property that's been sitting around for years that we don't need. It's
Thank you, Kelly.
unbelievable, irresponsible, unsustainable, and no tangible benefit. And you voted on it today. Another $7 million. But you're going to ask us for more money?
Thank you. Mark Gillum.
Why have the board not terminated Steve Wolf, Pam Fine, and Jim Rourke instead of abdicating your responsibility to an employee while ignoring the problem? Why have you board members not had conversation in a meeting or not made motions to terminate these employees based on findings in your $3 million investigation and with the powers defined in your bylaws of the Oxford Community School Board powers? We need to file lawsuits against these individuals named for their failures in the Guidepost investigation, beginning with all seated board members from November 30th, 2021, like Tom Donnelly and Dan D'Alessandro and Heather Schaefer and Mary Hanser and Superintendent Tim Throne, Jill Lamond, Principal Stephen Wolf, Counselors Pam Fine, Hopkins, Ejac, School Resource Officer Lauert, and Jim Rourke. If these individuals had done their jobs, Madison, Justin, Tate, and Hannah would all still be alive today, thriving with their loved ones. Yesterday, 7:05, a threat came in, but no one sees the message. WTF, it's unacceptable. Staff should be monitoring their emails live on their phones and be current on all communications. Too many emails to manage is a ridiculous excuse to ignore security threats. Leading up to November 30th, School Resource Officer Lauert and administration opened the emails, but didn't take action after receiving the warnings of a school shooting. Yesterday, we didn't bother opening the email. Gagel, not active on all emails to detect threats. Why did we not include staff emails in the Gagel security system? I thought we were told all school emails would be monitored. So a threat was present to our high school, but administration didn't check the mail or take action until the parking lot was full. Then kids were locked down, and then they were released into the schoolyard with no rides home and traumatized again because administration and security didn't do their job. Half solutions. The Gagel system should have been active on every district URL. Can you please provide a copy of the communication where the sheriff department told you not to send out a threat notification to the parents at 7:48 when Dr. Allison Williman was notified? and all other threat notifications sent out regarding the high school threats from previous times. Phones and communication systems weren't working yesterday. Why not? Who's in charge of operations? You can't keep the phones on and working operationally? What if we have an emergency? You can't communicate with us? That's ridiculous. It's unacceptable. I'm almost done. I just got a few more things. Board members can't dissent or redress failed policies. These ideas are shared from previous board members, including Colleen Schultz, Superintendent Tim Throne's failed partnership with the Chinese Department of Education, where Oxford and China were going to share methods and students until it was shut down by because of immigration violations. In every other body of American government, seated officials speak out and work to overturn failed policies. If we can't change, there is no intelligence here today. So is it safe to say you're agents of the Communist Party? If we can't, well, I'm almost done. I want as much time as the other people that you gave them. I'm almost done. New board members were not aware of how the Attorney General was blocked from investigating November 30th, just weeks after the shooting in a private meeting, violating Open Meetings Act and costing the school $3 million. It was the community FOIA that brought this information to light and to you. Why do you vote to keep charging exorbitant fees to our community for FOIA requests? Parent Security Committee members, I've been told it's been published multiple times. I've requested a copy. Community members, we can't find a copy of it anywhere. We would like to know who's on that security team, and we would like to attend those meetings. Security wants to find out who wrote on the bathroom wall about their feelings, but couldn't determine who left a dead bird in a jar of piss. Disparities in school security between board members and students and after-school events are unacceptable. Heather Schaefer mocking a community member for being hearing impaired during a board meeting. What the hell's wrong with you? Heather and Mary, you continue to display an example of failed leadership with blood on your hands. For the sake of our families whose children were murdered because of your failures, resign. If you're going to spend millions of dollars on the Drainer Road project, could you please spare a few $100s and replace the speakers in this room so there's clarity in audio presentations? Your weapons detection solution failed. You told us it was installed and active, Vicki. DriftNet? We don't trust you anymore, Allison. Return the 5-minute standard for our community to speak at board meetings. Can we have an update on the lawsuits addressing the video of 2 students undressing each other that was shared out from Jim Rourke's computer for the viewing pleasure of other staff members unnecessarily? And please publish the parent security meetings so we can attend. We'd like to know when and where. They're public meetings. This is a public school. And last, increase the fund limit for student therapy from a $2,000 limit to unlimited.
Thank you. Jade Kinderman.
Good evening. This past Friday, I was at the high school for a band and orchestra festival. There was at least one basketball game and a swim meet going on as well. Excuse me. I arrived at 4:15. There was no security guard at the desk, and the doors to the academic hallway were open. I left at approximately 6:30, and there was still no security guard at the desk. The doors to the academic hallways were still open, and people were entering the hallway and just wandering around. I was in the PAC, the band room, and the cafeteria. At no point did I see a security guard or police presence. But I come here and have to enter through the Evolve system. There are roughly 4 security guards and police presence. We are led to believe that there is no funding to man the Evolve after school hours, but somehow the funding is available not only to relocate the Evolve from the middle school to here, but also to pay multiple security guards to protect the 30-ish people that show up at these meetings. Our kids see this, as was pointed out by Mrs. Shivers. They see how their safety is being prioritized, and it isn't. It's all for show. After the bomb threat yesterday, an email was sent emphasizing the 24/7 weapons detection system. I'm assuming this is Zero Eyes. While that's all well and great, for it to work, someone has to pull out a weapon. What good does that do? We know how quickly 2 students were killed and multiple injured on 11/30 in a matter of seconds. There were hundreds of people in the school on Friday and Saturday, all carrying instrument bags that could have contained anything. What are we really doing to protect these children? Thank you.
Renee Upham.
Good evening. My name is Renee Upham. I have 3 children whose journey in Oxford schools began in preschool. Over the years, my kids have developed connections and friendships with teachers and administrators in this district that continue to this day. This doesn't mean, however, that my kids adhere to the community standard of what Oxford Strong means. My kids are savvy and intelligent enough to know that they can love people here, but not support the actions of many others. Intelligent people can make distinctions, and they don't form their opinions based on blind loyalty to a system, even a public school system. I'm a teacher and worked in Oxford until the year after the shooting. As a teacher, I have been extensively trained in restorative justice. I have been required to use it in my job, here and elsewhere. For those that aren't familiar, in 2016, Michigan House Bill 5619 was passed. It requires school officials to use restorative justice measures in disciplinary situations, including victim-offender situations. Restorative justice is intended to repair the harm caused by crime and conflict. Let's say that one more time. Restorative justice is intended to repair the harm caused by crime and conflict. Restorative justice calls for a basic 2 things. First, the offender takes responsibility for his or her criminal action. And second, encourages reparation being made to the victim. Educators around the country, here in Michigan and definitely in Oxford, have attended hours and hours of professional development on restorative justice because superintendents, legislators, school boards have said it's necessary and important to dole out restorative justice. So my question to you is, if restorative justice is deemed by you necessary and important in the operating of a school, why has restorative justice not happened for the 1,600 people in Oxford High School on November 30th, 2021? Yes. When does that restorative process begin? We are almost 3 years out. Restorative justice does not normally take this long. We, the staff, were told by you that in matters of conflict or wrongdoing, we are to immediately seek restorative justice. Why has this not been done? Here's my question. Does it make you hypocrites to push an agenda, require it of your staff, yet not follow it yourselves when you are deemed the offender? Let me answer that question for you. Yes, it does. Your outreach to students that were there on November 30th has been abysmal. Right now, think about it. What outreach have you made to students that were there on November 30th? You personally, each and every one of you, including the kids that have left Oxford schools. So here's what you can do. I'd like you to be more upfront about all of the funds available to families. I can't tell you how many families ask me to go back and dig into my emails from 2021 to figure out what funds are available and who can give it to them. That's outrageous. That information should be coming regularly. And if you're not going to offer accountability to these kids, then at this point, because all we wanted was accountability, but if you're not going to do that, at this point, throw cash at them. Let them get support dogs, Reiki healing, yoga. I don't care. Do something. For God's sakes, do something.
Laura Lucas.
Hello. I'm here to talk to you today about the temporary memorial that went up in the cafeteria, on the cafeteria wall at the high school this past September. This was something my daughter actually came with a group of other students and presented in front of the board, pleaded with them, some of you at that time, for in order to let them do this temporary memorial. So this is something that I knew was important to her, and when I heard that there was a temporary memorial being put up, and I asked her about it, she had no idea. She hadn't heard anything about it. In fact, as of last week, she hasn't even seen it, or she doesn't know she's seen it. It's so unremarkable. I did a FOIA because I wanted to know, because there's a claim that the students led this, that they made the decisions, that they created this memorial. So I needed to know. So I did a FOIA. The first FOIA, I got very few documents. I got about 6 documents given to me, and oh, maybe I should back up. So for people who aren't familiar with this was initially a student-led initiative. They wanted to meet or create a remembrance of the 4 that we lost, Tate, Madison, Justin, and Ahana. It was comprised of about 22 students, all of whom had connections to the deceased. When they began, they actually intended to create a mural with portraits. And well, that morphed into something much, much different. They arranged for Zach Curtis to be the artist, the same artist that did the Clarkston Memorial of Madison. Beautiful, vibrant memorial. I was hopeful, definitely hopeful. But what we got was a 4x6 painting on canvas, not even a mural, 4x6, very small. It is comprised of Polaroids with the t-shirt images that represent the kids on the t-shirts that they made for them after the shooting. There are no names on this board. Oh, I'm sorry, except for the artist. The artist name is on the board. But just initials on the bottoms of these little Polaroids. These Polaroids are placed on a cork board, a painting of a cork board. There is a Sharpie, a couple of loose pins, an Oxford Strong Post-it, and a Wildcat image on this board. Very, very plain. Something you would see, definitely a temporary vibe there for sure. Anyway, so I just want to sum up what I found in the FOIA. So the first FOIA that I got back, the decided documents that I got back, I had a couple of email communications from Jessica Robbins, and also some texts that she had with a student that was on this initial committee, right? And the student was also a sibling of one of our deceased on this committee. We had 2 students on the committee that was siblings of deceased, are lost, that's for sure. Anyway, so it was very clear from that first communications that she was very, very upset because she had asked several things. She said, 1, if there's a temporary memorial where my sister is represented, I don't want any Oxford Strong on there. No Oxford Strong. No blue and gold, and no Wildcat. All 3 of those things were on this memorial. Anyway, so I filed an appeal because, yes, there was lots of stuff missing. I have lots of stuff. This is the appeal, the 295 documents that I got from the appeal. There's a lot in here, a lot. I can't even possibly, I've already used up my 3 minutes, go through what's in here. But I just want to summarize some of the things that I did find in here. And there are still a lot missing, a lot missing. Anyway, so first of all, I just want to make it very clear that Dr. Henry was supportive of this initiative. It was rumored that he wasn't, or somebody made reference that maybe he wasn't. He wanted to make sure that it was a celebration of life, which that makes sense. And he believed it could be very healing. That's what I found in these documents. He supported this initiative. There was a survey sent out to the students. Over half of our student body responded. It gave them a choice of where they'd like to see a memorial. The majority of these students, the mass majority of these students, indicated that they wanted to see it on a daily basis. Okay, so after the students, and I'm not sure when, because it's kind of missing out of here, after the students approached the board about the memorial, eventually Ken Weaver gave this group of students, or told this group of students, that they could use the courtyard to create this mural. and under the condition that they were under the guidance of the recovery coordinator. He was okay at that point with having portraits of Hannah, Tate, Madison, and Justin at that point. However, due to staff objections, okay, the students decided that they were aware of these objections. The students decided to move the memorial to a far wall and make the images, or actually combine, they were going to do 4 separate memorials. They decided to combine it into one so that the images on this far wall weren't going to be overbearing for the staff that was uncomfortable with seeing their portraits. Anyway, they actually started creating this mural in November of 2022. Okay? At the time that they started the mural, staff started objecting to having this mural in place. Okay, so they waited till after. There was lots of times they were asking for feedback, but they waited till after the actual mural started. The plan of that was to do the background, and then in the spring they were going to finish up the painting, right? So anyway, the project got put aside for months because of the staff objections. So the students were then met with staff opposition, right? Despite the fact that they had gone and tried to make compromise after compromise after compromise. So at the end of this, the students were then told, and they had to be told in one of these emails, Laura Azzoni even says, and you guys made the decision, and oh, let me be clear, this is you who made the decision, as if they wouldn't know that they actually made the decision themselves. But anyway, they were told that they were going to join forces with there was an initiative to also create a remembrance room being led by Pan Fine. So they were told they were going to join with this group and we're going to do a single initiative of some sort. They were still going to do the memorial, but they could have no portraits or any other likenesses in that memorial. So they had no other choice. And only the remembrance room students made this choice, not the initial students that had the connection with the victims, but they chose to use the t-shirt designs, right? So anyway, the staff still continued to object to the use of the courtyards. Now they don't want the courtyards anymore. That's not good, even though there's not going to be images or portraits of the students. So it was decided by admin, not the students, unlike what Todd Barless, at least I have no indication that there was any discussion with the students about this, but it was decided at an admin meeting that they wanted a mural done on canvas and not the wall, and that it was going to be moved to the cafeteria wall from the courtyard, because the courtyard wasn't good enough anymore. So there's also a promise that there's a promise that the students would have direct input with the artist about the direction of, the final canvas. However, they were not consulted. Once that the artist had actually sent the mock-up sketch, and he came up with the corkboard idea and the polar idea, et cetera, but once that final sketch came in, there is no indication that a single student was ever consulted. The final decision was made by Dacia, Stephen Wolf, Danielle, Vicky, Todd, Jessica, and Laura Azzoni. Okay, only adults, not student-led whatsoever. In fact, there's an email in here from another parent of a victim who was extremely upset because her son was on the committee as well and had absolutely no idea what was going on. Had not been consulted whatsoever. And she was very upset. This was not a student-led initiative. This was not, at this point, student-led at all. Also, it's interesting to note that there was supposed to be a big reveal. They even talked about bringing Governor Whitmer in, have this great big to-do, right? But at the end of the day, there was no big reveal. In fact, it was quietly put up in the hallway, and even the students from the initial initiative that were invited chose not to be there. It was set out quietly, and they let the students just kind of absorb it in the hallway on their way walking to the cafeteria. Like I said, my daughter still doesn't realize it's even there. She has no idea. So what I don't see in here is that there is any indication, again, that the students agreed to even making this into a canvas, or that they agreed to moving it to the cafeteria wall, or that they had any input or decision whatsoever. I also want to note that, you know what, the artist didn't brag at all about this creation that he made. He bragged about Madison's on social media, but there's not one mention of Oxford's mural on there, or canvas, which I say. I also don't see any permission granted from anybody to use the t-shirt images. Isn't it kind of weird to have an artist like recreate somebody else's art? I don't know, but there's no indication that there's permission given from anybody. And really, where did the names go? Who did it offend? Why did we just use initials? What's wrong with having a name on that board? Anyway, as a side note, the initial staff that was involved was Jessica Robbins, Katie Getz, Laura Zoni, and Pam Fine. I want to note that there's only one of those people that are left employed in our district right now. When Laura Azzoni resigned, she gave a list of people that did not regularly behave unprofessionally or bully other staff members. Guess who was not on that list? The one person that remains.
Thank you, Laura.
There's more to address, but I will do that again at the next meeting.
Jessica Tunkovich.
Hello, I'm Jessica Tonkovich. I have a daughter who is a junior at the high school. And what I wanted to talk to you guys about is ongoing recovery. I heard us mention it in the emergency operations plan, and I actually heard Mark mention the funding. And I have done my best, along with many people I know, to try and keep up with what's available to us and what we have and what that is. And what I found out most recently that was surprising to me was that there was a bunch more funding available to my family than what I was even remotely aware of, such as the SEG Fund, which still has money available, the Michigan Crime Victim Service Commission, which actually will reimburse for loss of earnings, loss of support, accessibility to rehabilitative equipment, transportation, relocation costs. We have the Oxford Schools Mental Health Funding Assistant, which is the $2,000 per household. There's a Journey Lutheran Caring for Oxford and the Thar Care Foundation. When I think of when we go through trauma and different things that I have watched and been part of in my life, the recovery for trauma, when it's been induced onto somebody, does not lay with the victim to be this proactive in trying to find this information. This is the responsibility of the perpetrators, and in this is you. This is your responsibility to make sure that I know about this, that I know what's available for my daughter, and I know about it not just from one email that mentioned SEG. That there is ongoing communication with us about what we have and what's going on. My daughter missed 88 episodes or class periods last semester. She is an honor student. The school did not reach out to me. I have watched my daughter's attendance plummet in the last half of the day because her classes happened to be in that hallway. This was not brought to me. This is what we talk about proactive communication and what this looks like. Knowing what resources were available to my daughter in the school did not occur until she was in crisis and telling me, I don't feel safe here, what can I do? And me repeatedly telling her, I need you to trust a counselor. I need you to just walk to a counselor and tell them and find out what we can do. Or I will come and we can do this together. And then she found out that there was opportunities, that we have a room that she could go to with a pass, that she could have dogs available to her, that there was security. But my point is, she shouldn't have had to get to crisis. She shouldn't have had to be missing the second half of her day that many times for a student who is academically successful, and I will tell you is not going to show up on what you're showing as what they're doing well. Yeah. My daughter is now on antidepressants. antidepressants for this. We have mental health treatment. And truly, this will cover part of what she has. But we have students who therapy is not their place. They use exercise, they use yoga, they have different things that are needed for them that don't fit what we consider to be, this is what we've decided is needed. In addition to that, as a junior, we're now facing this now going forward into college. And what does this look like and as we're prepping? When we look at trauma-informed decisions, the communication that was coming out to the students about signing up for SAT prep classes was during the week of the 30th, which also happened to be during Miller hearings and victim impact statements. And everything else leading into that this year is the same time that we're asking our juniors to say, hey, we want to make sure that you're available and you're good to sign up for extra. They're not. My daughter puts so much pressure on herself, and for her to say, I can't possibly do that, speaks volumes to me. And she is not one of your people that you're going to see on your slide. And so when I see that we are missing things. And we are missing how do we fully support this? And how do we support it in a meaningful way? And I can appreciate at the beginning that we threw a lot of things out to say we're doing this. But this is ongoing. And so that communication and what that looked like to begin with is not something that has a time limit on it. These kids will need support. The families need ongoing support. We have kids that are in elementary school and middle school that are coming into the high school who are terrified. And so what does that look like and what does that support look like? Some of this is available to them, thank goodness. But this is the responsibility of you to look at what our trauma-informed recovery response ongoing. And that will not stop with graduation for these students. And I feel selfish that I didn't think about that when my daughter was a freshman. We were in crisis mode then too. But as a group, you have to be thinking about what that looks like and what does that mean for their futures. Because too, they're coming up with, their test scores are now going to be counted. It's all changing again for them. Their academics, they can't remember. The thought of what they're going to be expected to recall when they enter college is not going to be as readily accessible to them as what it would have been if they had gone to school 8 years earlier and not had this. It's part of trauma, and we know this. So I would like to see what the board's plan is for that ongoing support. I'm asking you to have better communication about this, that this is not buried in emails or on a website that I have to manage constantly to make sure I know what I can get. I would like to ask that you have a consistent person that is a liaison to the families, and I don't mean the 3 counselors and the family school liaison. That is too many students per person. That they have a connection, that they know what that looks like. After the shooting that spring, my daughter was identified as somebody who might need extra support during the summer. What that looked like was a phone call that said, does she have therapy? And I said, yeah. They're like, oh, good, it sounds like you've got everything you need. That was extra support for the summer. This doesn't meet it. And I appreciate that we're checking boxes, but we need to look at what's the outcome of that, not necessarily did we check the box. Thank you.
Dr. Sean Brooks.
Okay. First of all, AmericanEducationFM.com is my website. I recommend that everybody behind me pay attention to that. I'm also the podcast host of American Education FM. You've been the subject of a few episodes, at least. We're all here because of lies, basically. It's lies that have been inflicted on all of us, myself included. So let me run down some of those lies. COVID. This is a lie. It doesn't exist. It's fake. So you use it as an excuse for numerous things. There was no pandemic. Don't say pandemic anymore. Get it out of your vernacular. Get it out. There was no pandemic. There was no COVID. The COVID tests, I'm sure you relied on them as a school district like most did. Joke's on everybody. They were recalled in the summer of 2021 by the corrupt FDA. And then they kept them in place for 6 more months because they were making money on people who were foolish enough to take them. They're predetermined. You can rub a black light over the Binax Now test, and it will show you the result. You can run it underwater, and it will test positive. It tests for something that doesn't exist. COVID vaccines. Honest to God, it's a biological weapon that was designed by our government and other governments to kill you. If you took it, you have AIDS. This has been proven in peer-reviewed research articles. It's also called VAIDS, Vaccine-Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. This is why you have sick staff members. This is why you have shortages. This is why you have absences, and you're not the only ones. This is very real. It's killing people, endless people. It's sterilizing children. They can't have kids anymore. There's another one. School shootings. The one that happened here was real, and I am sorry for that. But what you don't know is that it is legal for the American media to lie to us over the television and the radio. It's law. They're allowed to do it. The school shootings, by and large, that you hear on your television aren't real. Sandy Hook did not happen. I know you can't. Then leave. Uvalde didn't happen. Nashville didn't happen. And Iowa last month,
Sir.
Iowa didn't happen. This one did. You're being lied to. You're being manipulated.
I'm sorry.
See?
We are a district that had experienced a shooting, and this is very activating. As you can see, a lot of our
And I
families are choosing
understand
to
that,
leave.
and therein
I would
lies the
prefer my
problem.
family's stay.
Therein
and
lies
that
the problem.
You have used your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, you need to homeschool your children. You have
Please,
no idea
thank
how
you.
deep this rabbit hole goes. You have no idea.
Go to recess. Thank you.
I'm telling you, you have no idea.
This is because y'all aren't doing your job. That's your fault right there. So nice job, Heather and Marion. That's you. Nice job, Vicki. Way to straighten out the screen.
Okay. Do we need a break? Are we okay? We have 2 left, I think. Unfortunately, Kara left, but Kit is still here if you would like your time, Kit.
Finances. This district has a very serious problem with how they spend money. It is a very serious problem. Your priorities are totally upside down. You're spending $7 million on a property that you don't really need, while you have buildings that supposedly have gotten new roofs or repaired roofs. And I can show you pictures that clearly show that if the roof was repaired, the real problem has not been. The high school, 2 years straight, they worked on the roof. They just closed off all the tiles in the bathrooms. I can tell you, at least one of them has mold and holes, and the bathroom reeks. It's the one in the PAC, the one that the public will see in all its glory in 2 weeks when we start having our musical. That'll be the bathroom they go to. the women's bathroom, and I can show you the pictures because I have one on my phone. There are holes, it's freshly painted, and there's one of the tiles or pieces that they put in is got holes in it, and it's moldy. It's disgusting. It's what a lot of the other roofs look like. Your middle school, outside, walking towards the exit from multiple school board meetings over the course of the last year when it's been raining. Your cute little garden area that has the paper flowers and everything like that is getting rained on. You have stuff in your kitchen in the middle school that does not work properly. And you have children who, by the grace of God, were not there on November 30th, but are still suffering, or better yet, it's just now coming out. My son is one of them. I have a 17-year-old, excuse me, who has never really gotten in trouble, ever. He's always been a handful, but he's never really gotten in trouble. He got in trouble in December, ended up being suspended, unfortunately. At first, we were told 1 day, then we were told 3 days, only to be brought back the day that they are supposed to get out for Christmas break, and to be told that his restorative justice, which is supposed to allow him the opportunity to admit to his faults and to make amends, he has been told he is not allowed to have any contact with the person that was involved. That makes a really big challenge because, one, he did not intend to hurt that person. They were goofing around and he made a mistake. And yet a kid later while he was on suspension, purposely punched a kid with the same concussion result, got 1 day suspension, and they've had the opportunity to make amends. But my son, whose best friend is stuck in the middle of all the drama because, unfortunately, it was his best friend's girlfriend, which is another reason why you know he didn't do it on purpose. He can't talk to her. He can't apologize for the mistake that was literally goofing around. So the restorative justice practice, I can tell you from experience with my daughter who has had problems, and not because of her, but because someone else has bullied her in this district constantly since elementary school. That's why she's now in a hybrid program, although she has chosen she will come back next year. Clearly does not work. The restorative justice program is a joke. And someone else mentioned that it makes you hypocrites because you don't succumb to your own rules. I would say it isn't hypocrisy. I'd say it's more along the lines of hierarchy. You don't think you need to. That's the first step towards tyranny. And these kids do live in America. They are free. Don't give them this crap. You need to do the right thing, and you need to give them the accountability and everybody else in this district that we've all said that we needed. You also need to spend money wiser.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to other board agenda items. I do want to take a moment and apologize to those for the gentleman that caused unrest here tonight. I'm very sorry.
It's nothing compared to.
Thank you. There's the list of scheduled activities, and then if I could get a motion to move into closed session, please. Amanda.
Move to meet in closed session per Section 8E, of the Open Meetings Act, consult with its attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with specific pending litigation, case number 23-203103, and Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act to consider material exempt from discussion or disclosure by state or federal statute, such as Section 13 of the Freedom of Information Act, which exempts from disclosure matters pertaining to the attorney-client privilege.
Do I have a support? Colleen. Any discussion? Roll call vote, James?
Yep, trustee Hanser,
Yes.
Vice President McDonough,
Yes.
trustee Schultz. Yes. Trustee Schaefer. Yes. Secretary Summers, yes. Trustee Mike, sorry, Ms. Whitney.
Yes.
And Dr. Reese.
Yes. It's 9:51.
Thanks.
All right, returning at 10:16 PM. We do have one motion to make coming out of closed session. Colleen?
Yep. Make it move to deny the appeal of the fee estimate associated with the FOIA request originally submitted and received on January 15th, 2024.
Do I have support? Mary? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Any administrative clarification? Final board comments? Chair of our governance committee, would you like to give a short update?
Very short update, yes. We had a very productive governance committee meeting, and moving forward, we have a lot of work to do, but one of the things that we discussed and that we would like to share with the rest of the board is that we would like to have our committee meetings on a regularly scheduled basis. So depending on the committee and the work that needs to be done, for example, policy is a lot, so we should get at least a monthly meeting scheduled for the rest of the year, same goes for the other committees. So we just wanted everyone to be aware of that, think about the days and times that work best for you, and hopefully we can have the year scheduled out for at least the regular meetings, knowing that if other things come up in between, or we have more work that we can add.
I think it's also good moving forward for new board members to know that if they get on this committee, if they choose to get on the committee, this is what it means, or what it entails.
Or that it's every third Wednesday or whatever. And then that way they can see if they can make that commitment.
Yep.
And just to piggyback, if you don't mind. We also talked about, because policy, maybe not just reviewing whatever Neola has coming, but being more proactive in starting to kind of go through some of our policies.
Right, because there's mismatched energies and policies and practices.
And there's duplicates, and there's lots of things regarding like COVID, and there's cleaning up that needs to be done.
Right, so we talked about changing our policy provider. I don't think it's too far, but what is our step as a policy committee to?
I'm hoping that will be our very next policy meeting.
I do have everything from one firm to look at. I've just kind of been waiting for us to have time to do it.
Okay, are they coming to present to us?
I would have it, yes.
Okay, I think that would be helpful for questions.
Yeah.
I want to look at it first, or have them first.
Yeah, if we could have a copy of it first and then have them present, I think that would be ideal.
That sounds good.
Okay.
Sorry, you said brief comments.
No, totally.
Well, and then maybe somebody from the policy committee. So I think I know who that would be. Say Neola would be, the comparison, maybe jot down a couple bullets about Neola so that we have a comparison.
Yeah,
We
well,
guys need to then do that.
Policy centers and everything.
Okay.
We'll get it organized.
Trying to, yeah. Okay.
So if you're on a committee, work with your committee members, get dates to Angela moving forward. The governance committee is already committed to meet once a month because we're going to put a board operating procedure together. And we already have our directives for our next meeting, which I think will end in March 15th based on availability.
Okay.
So, any other final board comments?
Get your tickets for Beauty and the Beast. They're going quickly.
Sold out.
They're going quickly.
There was one other thing I will share, and I can share it again, but I sit on the bylaws and resolutions committee for MASD, and I added several suggestions to the bylaws and resolutions for all Michigan school boards to follow, which includes Aaron's Law, which was not in there, safety, culture assessments, threat assessments, and others. So those will come out for vote this fall. But the language will come to me in April, and then we'll get to review it shortly after that as well.
Thank you for doing that.
Great. Okay. All right. Meeting adjourned, 10:20.